You literally can't. You literally can't.
You know, I've seen other Hongshan sword dancers. Everyone seems to perform the same move differently.
Well, Hongshan swordmancy focuses on the will, not the form. Being one with the blade is far more important than drilling a move over and over.
Those are cool things. Too bad I can't buy them. Hello, nurse. That's funny. Hello, Jack. Today is a slightly big day. We catch up on the shit that I had left, and we also get back into the routine of some of my deliverables. But we're going to do coverage first, because I have to rebuild a bunch of machines in my first area. The fluid mechanics are annoying, but it's not quite time to start news coverage. So instead, I'm going to be doing Eternal Return until I get bored while answering your questions. How are you doing today, Jack? Huh. It always feels weird going down the back of my throat. Hey yo.
단련을 꽤나 부지런히 했나?
Just for this time, I'll spare no compliments. You shouldn't be satisfied yet. Just for this time, I'll spare no... I expect at least that much. You've got good momentum.
Tombstone, 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 tombstone. Spray, spray, spray. Kill announcement. Spirit Hunter Yuki background. I'll take the Piccolo announcer. Pick item wildcard. Nothing worth taking. Yeah, nothing worth taking. I'd like a sound effect for the lobby, but it's apparently not a choice. Well, that actually goes up to a decent number. That is probably an extremely horrible system design, but it's made out of rejectables, so it's whatever. You're doing good. And then it's time for you to head out to do your co-op job out of the city. How far out of the city is that job? Zero tie. How was Starfleet Academy? We're not going to talk about it. If you desperately need to know what my opinion is, there's already a tweet up that expresses my opinion. And that tweet is right here. About an hour. Take the bus to get to the city. And then Uber to get to work. They're not providing you rides for your job? That seems fucked up. Hello, Fancy Pants. It'll do me a favor for me to pin this right now, so I don't have to repeat myself about it. But they should be able to provide you a ride if they're going to take you all the way out. That's about an hour out of your way. That way you can be at the job site. At least in my opinion. Because otherwise they're doing you a disservice. What do you have going on, Fancy Pants? He's dead. He's dead because I killed him because I asked a question. Woe is me. Now all I have to do is talk to the voices that already fill my head. Heading off to school. Still freezing. Yes, yes. Education, yes, yes. Have to get up and go do things like that. Too bad I don't have to do that anymore myself. Yes, yes. I'll pull clues that are good, and I'm not going to get dog shit since I've had back-to-back days of clue exchange. Also, while it's on my mind, because there's people here that show up to them, because of the fact that many of you, as well as people who have been claiming that they will come through, but they have not been able to for various reasons, it is going to be very, 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 very important for you to know that we are going to be adding another day of game night. I couldn't decide if it would be Wednesday or Friday, but what we're going to do is we're going to feel how it feels on Friday, and then we're going to feel how it feels on Wednesday. And whatever has the greater amount of people show up wins. You learned bleep bloop language as well. What is bleep bloop? Coding? Boom, boom, boom. Binary to decimal. It's a hexadecimal. Look at the big brand on the fantasy pants. So you're in them big bucks. The important part is that it doesn't leave your brain. Another fucking quest. When will the quest list end? When will the quest list end? 50 billion things to do. First I gotta put together the goddamn bullshit. Guess the easiest way to start at the bottom, work our way up. Enemy talker took us inside the AIC area until I fucking rebuild this goddamn mess of a goddamn hook engine. Why didn't they give me the carbon plans when I first came into this area? Why didn't they show me that by burning these plants I get double the carbon? Fucking hell. I need money, which means I need to make Jin Cow solution, which means I might as well just tear the entire fucking thing apart, but I don't wanna. I need like 5 engines to fill the sand leaf costs. I don't want to do it. I don't want to do it. Look at this fucking mess. But Carl, think about the efficiency that you'll have when you finally get it all working together properly. Carl, imagine how many dicks you'll be sucking when you stop giving me bad advice in my goddamn brains. And brain cells. It's gonna suck, it's gonna suck, it's gonna suck, it's gonna suck, it's gonna suck. I hate it, 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 I hate it. Okay, I have one perpetual engine already doing this one. It needs to do this one as well. Okay. Now that I know exactly how much efficiency I'm burning, I'm just so fucking angry with myself with how this is constructed. My god, look at the fucking wasted space. It sickens me. It sickens me. The inefficiency of it all. First, I couldn't do anything because I didn't have any Iridium supplies to actually speak of. Then I couldn't do anything because I was running out of sandleaf because I didn't understand why I wasn't producing enough carbon. Now I see the problem of my carbon production, and I'm just fucking pissed with myself. Unironically pissed with myself. I want to clip the entire production of the line, but I shouldn't. So instead what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Let the lines run themselves to conclusion. Because the lines are already backed up as is. I'm going to slowly dismantle this. Because it looks like the line is backed and dictated by Origina, or by 09 anyways. So I have to let this run itself course until it fucking works. Hello Cassie, how you doing? Have you already seen all the bullshit news concerning all of the games that have come out and the ones that have shuttered? Eugenics comes out, makes back its fucking money in like 3 hours. Reloaded drops the same day, 14 to 45 players, dead on arrival, dead in the water. And it's apparently racist on top of itself too, but we already knew that. We already knew that. They laid off, I don't even know what percentage of the staff, but they obviously laid off staff from High Guard. No shill is defending it. They're all burying it purposefully. And good fucking riddance to it. Everybody knew this writing was on the wall. Continued developments about Ashes of Creation and all the drama involving Pirate Software and his bitch ass. What else is on the top of the docket? More Will Stancil updates. They continue to make him more and more based against their side, and more people are claiming that it isn't happening. All of the episodes of not Starship Troopers, that would be a show that would be not worth burning my brain cells. Starfleet Academy have fully come out, as well as Wonder Man. Wonder Man. It's obviously a fucking shitstorm. Both of these shows are a shitstorm, but the one that obviously has me more fucking heated is Starfleet Academy. Especially episode 5. It's not good. It's not good. The fat fuck Frogan is begging her audience for like $500 because she apparently broke her wrist. I don't know how. Because when does this girl ever go outside and with what friends? Apparently she doesn't have health insurance. I don't know why she's not leaning on her big socialist daddy Hassan Piker to help her out. And a bunch of other shit as well. I also have gaming deliverables that I have to finish, but I've been inundated with my job and also dealing with the ins and outs of my home. So that's a whole process of itself. True! Now I haven't gotten my hands on eugenics because now I'm between paychecks. They only paid me on my first paycheck for 2 days of my work because I had started the rotation cycle very late. So, assuming if I can get paid tomorrow, or if I get paid next Friday, I have to basically set on whatever money I have. I even purchased a budget book so I could better budget my fucking expenses. Because I clearly need to do that. It's not that I can't run off a budget, it's that there's 50 billion things I have to work with my girl. And, the inundated problems of tracking money is easier if I physically track it in a book. Because what else would be the reason for why I bought this stupid-ass pen that sits on my desk and doesn't get used? Yes, and X2KO got a bunch of layoffs because it didn't meet Riot standards after they constantly changed the game's design and basically just pissed it off and pissed orfed to parts unfucking known. There's my pen that I've spent money for. I'm not so up on the 2XKO news because it's not as funny. It's an important piece of news, as well as the Maximilian dude clip of if I paid somebody $1,000, haters wouldn't change their opinion, which is hilariously dog shit in the eve of games that are failing because people obviously should have been able to tell them to their face, hey, your shit's ass. But, you know, what do I know? I'm just some dumb black guy. So there's lots of news that I need to cover, but I'm waiting until 9 o'clock to start because this is very early. Even for most people. I usually start at 8, not fucking 6. So while I do that, I am trying to rewire this this giant fucking trash contraption that is my construction area so that I can remake these things and make them better. Because I need to. So that's what we're going to be doing today, and then I'm going to get to work on some on my deliverables. I should be fine. You didn't hate the game as much as playing it for some. Don't like the controls, but it felt weird going to mainstream appeal and chose 2v2 tag team instead of a Street Fighter clone. Well, you see, the problem here is that a lot of the issues that 2XKO has is not a problem of the game itself, it's the problem of the demographic. It was not a game that was made with the demographic of the fighting game genre in mind. They had fighting game experts on this project, but very much like my tweet explained when I posted about it, when this came up as a piece of conversation, wherever the fuck that tweet is, here it is. As I said on my tweet when I was talking about this, when this came into the conversation sphere, because people were fucking coping about this, because they're retards, I said this. Because people were like, not to show too hard to hide here, but the actual insanity of having a game developed by these two doesn't use the name of the FGC pros. So, what's the point of even bringing them up in the first place? First demonstration of exactly why people don't know ball. But you bring up two FGC old heads, and you say it has no root in the community, only for it to demonstrate how much of a root it has, because roots don't run deep, roots don't run deep, roots don't run deep, when you don't know what the fuck you're doing as a company. Silicon Valley experts do not play fighting games. They do not play FGC. They are not anywhere near the culture of Evo. They're not anywhere near the culture of friendlies. They're not anywhere near the cultures of labbing. They're not anywhere near the culture of actual serious competitive combat. They're not a company that makes a game for people like that. They make a game for people where e-girls accuse you of harassing and antagonizing them, and then they get their entire fucking credibility destroyed because you come up with a Google Docu and various pieces of information that make it clear that they're toxic e-girls. Or boys. Or one of the guys is a rapist. Something along those lines, every single time. So, when they said that stupid-ass bullshit right here, I said this right here. Hi, FGC old heads here. Riot doesn't have any goodwill in these parts, so they brought us along to spend some of ours. Because that's exactly what they did. When you tell me you're signing on people who are FGC pros to make a game for FGC players, what it sounds like to me is you're redoing the same kind of media circuit that they did with the remake of Killer Instinct. Now, mind you, Killer Instinct is a great game that inherently is literally designed for and by and with the FGC and normal gamers in mind. It might not be Tekken, it might not be SF, it might not be Fatal Fury, it might not be King of Fighters, and it might not be any of the other NRS/SNK games that are coming out or are out there right now. Especially including things like Tokon. But what 2XKO obviously is not, is it's not DNF Duel. It's very important that I repeat this. 2XKO is not Dungeon and Fighter /DNF Duel. Let me explain. DNF Duel was a game that was run with a player base centered around an already healthy PvP scene that came out of the MMO. Certainly, it is a certain type of MMO ARPG that has a fatigue-based system, but one of the main things that you could do in that game was play PvP. And certain classes have certain archetypes and they have certain benefits that render them ultimately very powerful, but also very sweeping. It's a melee situation, basically. The same top 8 classes are the same top 8 classes. So, they naturally come along, and they design a video game. And that video game's name is DNF Duel. Made by Arc System Works, is a 2.5 fighter. By making this 2.5 fighter, seen right here, you allow people to get the actual benefit of playing those dumb, stupid, retarded, broken classes, but you get to play your favorite characters from the Dungeon & Fighter RPG. You get to play your favorite Slayer classes. You get to play your favorite Lancer classes. You get to play your favorite Fighter classes. You get to play your favorite Monk classes, or excuse me, Paladin classes. You get to play all of the personal favorites that exist inside of a roster with an actual roster full of people and full of content. And you don't feel like a dumbass when you're playing it. Made by Nexon and Neopol of all places. So, nothing to do with Nexon of America, only Nexon Korea, only Neopol. So literally the people who are capable of making the kind of game that we already play in the case of Return to Return. They understand how the combat works, they understand what the gameplay flow should work, they understand how all the shit should be, they do not compensate, they do not skimp. Because either we're playing with lives, and it's my character versus your character, we're playing with stock swaps, with tags, or we're playing with interchangeable teams. It's either going to be 2-on-2, it's going to be 3-on-3, it's 1-on-1, and there's a robust system where you have a neutral game, you have a parry game, you have meaties, you have footsies, etc. They did not do that with 2XKO. They were trying way too hard to make it into an arcade fighting game. Which is to say, it was trying too hard to be 5 games at once. The augment system is retarded. The character roster is bad, and they actively kept changing it and kept changing the system around specific advice that they were getting from certain people that they invited to the playtests, who basically were League players and not fighting game players. Which is your number one caveat problem. You blase, a bunch of bullshit I know some of you don't care about, And your ultimate problem is you don't have the soul of League. You don't have the soul of a fighting game. You don't even have the soul of a coherent system. The designers don't understand how the game should feel, because they don't play fighting games. And the fighting game heads, while they might understand what kind of system to put together, this is not their baby. It's Riot's baby. And Riot doesn't understand what the fuck to do, because the Riot of old, Riot Central, not Riot Central 100% acquired by Tencent. So a lot of this can really be explained by design by committee. But no, we're not going to take the money and Jews route, okay? We're not going to do that. You have a design by committee that has no confidence in the product that they're putting forward. So the constants of baseline problems is contiguous to one source, one location, one problem, one instance, one believable compact, and all the other problems that go along with it, all the way to its very untimely and very sad, but very obviously coming end. And that is, the game is trash, the people playing the game are trash, the people trying to critique the game are trash, they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Damn it. I broke my fluid transport. Now I gotta fix the whole damn thing. They don't know what to fix for the video game. They have a lack of confidence in the overall product because they were told it was a slam dunk. We just hire all the famous people that are already good at doing this thing and we'll make infinite money. What could possibly go wrong? Smash cut to all this shit here. This is what could go wrong. And they have no one to blame but themselves and their own bullshit. Because they ultimately brought it on themselves. Can't blame the Chuds, because the Chuds would have played anything. Hell, how many people chose to waste their own time to figure out whether or not they liked or didn't like fucking Highguard? That same amount of people, they were trying out all these new games that came out this week. And the obvious truth of the matter is that you could not pay people. You could not pay people to put more interest and more effort into those games. So, in the problem of 2XKO, it's just a bad product. But why is it a bad product? Riot doesn't know how to make video games. Simple as. It's one version of the story you can use. No matter how we market this problem, the ultimate problem at the end of the day is that they don't know ball. And because they don't know ball, they're dog shit. I wish it could be simpler. That's the simple truth of the matter. They don't know ball. They could never handle ball. They were always going to be bad like this. It was always going to be a problem like this. And at the end of the day, for what it's worth, the problems that they have contiguous of their issues are systemic. I'm going to have to redesign this pipe system when I get there. But for right now, I'm more worried about my water flowing. There it goes. So, you can pretty much blase yourself to a whole bunch of bullshit. But it's like, I don't know what the fuck to tell. My camera's broken. You could blase yourself through a bunch of this bullshit, but at the end of the fucking day, no matter what the fuck I tell you, the fact of the matter is that play the fucking game. You're gonna figure out why it sucks real goddamn quick. Okay? Because the reason why people claim DNF Duel died is that they got bored and they moved on to another thing. Like, the game itself is healthy. Koreans never stop playing it. But the fact of the matter is that Americans think Steam charts equals game health. And how many articles do we need to see where people say 90% of the player base has dropped off before they realize people keep moving around playing things? Like right now, at the launch of the newest patch of Helldivers 2, You have people who are saying, oh my god, the game is so back, the game is so back, because they're hearing about real-world events that are currently running concurrently in the new launch of the Machinery of Oppression, because they've added a cyborg expansion to the Automaton front with the Cybertron homeworld, or Cyberstan homeworld. You know something wrong when Tom Brady's sounding right, and he's been right about a lot in the last couple of years. True. So, like, the giant screen of all the problems that you could talk about with 2x scale, the simple fact of the matter is, Riot doesn't know how to capture an audience. They got complacent with the fact that they had an audience that came free with playing League of Legends, and they don't know how to keep it. Period. Because fighting games have never, ever been about the player count. Certainly, it helps you with finding a new match. But you know what also works? The same shit that we're already doing on Thursday and possibly doing on Wednesday and Friday when we institute the second game night. People playing the game is how the game is alive. Certainly, you could argue that whatever is being shown on main stage is definitive of whether or not a game has potential prospects. There was an entire drama about the fact that I believe that they gave 2XKO 5 screens at the most recent EVO event. And people were annoyed by that because they didn't want to see that game. And that's definitely a point of contention, and that's definitely a piece of the puzzle. Is the game fun to play, but also is it fun to watch? Do you understand what's happening? Like, visual fidelity is not as much as important as visual clarity and player feedback, especially haptic feedback in combat. If I can't understand how I'm whooping a man's ass or I'm getting my ass whooped, and I can't be able to tell what's going on, and I always need to have a shoutcaster pointing it out to me, the same way you have to have a shoutcaster in the LCS product telling you what's going on the battlefield, you have a bad product. It should be very clear who's getting fucked in a competition. It should be very easy to tell who's getting whiff punished. It should be very easy to tell who's getting frame trapped. It should be very easy to tell who's +1 and +2 and who's -1 and -2 on Wake Up and on OTG. It should be very obvious to tell when somebody fucked up and pressed a button or pressed the wrong direction when it came to a parry or a block. If that doesn't make sense as an audience member, that's 3 of your problems. The other 2 of your problems are going to be player retention and actual speaking power about the game. Because word of mouth is not the problem. People have heard about the game. It's whether or not there's enough motivation to get them to play it too. What? Again, the full deep dive I want to save for at 9. But just to briefly touch on it, there's your sign. Why won't you go down? I have to inject it into the system. There's not enough shear night to automate, so I need to inject automation. And then this is choking on carbon, but no, it's not choking on carbon reduction anymore. But this needs to stop. Let that overflow drain. If it ain't easy to tell, it should be an Arakuni mirror match, because at least it would be funny. Wait, that's somehow out of context. Theme charts don't even make sense for fighting games. 100 sets with one person is identical to 100 people. Well, you see, the problem with that particular logic is the fact that the way that people feel about fighting games and the lobbies that they run, and also the parties that they run, is that we're talking about the difference between a content creator like myself runs an event where for 2 to 3 hours they are running sets with several people at a time, and they're playing a video game that has a lot of contingent parts, right? So, directing your attention to my screen. When we run hands and we play rounds of... What the fuck was that that passed by my window? When we throw hands and when we run rounds of custom mode and we play 24 bots and however many people in the lobby with 10 spectate positions in a lone wolf round, or 8 teams inside of a basic 3-on-3, you're talking about a repeat experience that has a consistent time and end. When you're talking about what Lenore does when her and her friends play Tekken 8 or Tekken 7, whatever fighting game they're playing, you're talking about a round-robin winner rotation circle of everybody fighting everybody on their particular character for however long they would like to fight each other as a bit of the content as they cycle through their material as a stream group. A single particular player playing a fighting game like Tekken, like Fatal Fury, like NRS, like whatever the fuck they choose to play, even that bitch-ass bullshit from NetherRealm, you have a frequency of uptime and downtime and the expectancy that you should have for what a quality match is. Because the amount of time we're talking about for a game's average run span is what people see as valuable in quality. So, comparing this in the concept of League of Legends, but we're going to use the framework of Eternal Return for this. When I look at my match history, and I'm talking about, hey, do I have consistent games that reflect my enjoyment with playing this? Accounting for the fact that I'm a North American player playing a game that's played by South Koreans, so the South Koreans are going to be on a different time schedule than I am, and so when I want to play ranked, I'm not going to be able to do that, but sometimes I will be able to play ranked consistently. We're talking about the investment of my learning. So let's go back to the 7th of this month. I forget what the 7th was. But let's go back to the 7th, because that's how far back my recent games go. On one of my play sessions, I had 5 successes. Actually, no. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 successes compared to what I think was a consistent run of 3 losses. No, this is actually the last match of one of those sessions. So from here. Every time I am placing above 3rd, I consider that be a success because that probably is a match in which I gained points to rank up. Because the way that this game works, Blade Conflict equals RP. RP is what you level with. Think of Apex Legends, but you actually get rewarded for killing people and replacing the top 3. And or escaping. Which is what the boat submarine icon looks like. These successes, this loss, and then at the end of the last session... No, this is actually the end of the last session into the next session. Out of these wins, if I look at my number 5 match, and I think, wow, what dog shit. I'm getting nothing but non-stop bullshit sessions. You have a reflection problem that creates confirmation bias. Okay? This is the same confirmation bias that gets used to say whether a game that is actually good is dog shit or vice versa. But it works like this. These matches tell me my consistent scoreline is success. And that of my best characters, my best consistent lead character is my tank axe, Marcus. But I'm also able to play consistently and well up to higher levels with my use of Laura. And even as I pick up a new character, Jan, I'm able to get similar results when I switch from using Punching John to Tonfa John. And then these here, these are ranked matches into normal matches of my Piccolo versus my dogshit Carla. These consistent #1 finishes and these top kill feeds with this level of domination with item fit completions in my match history consistently tells me my last matches obviously reflect that I am improving and learning. The #1 thing that doesn't come clear, and this is another problem with it because MOBAs experience the same issue, fighting games experience the same issue, FPSs experience the same issue, FPSs that are designed for X style, so things like Battlefield, experience this issue, fucking World of Warships and World of Tanks experience this issue. Consistency to yourself does not reflect consistency of statistics. Just because I have a thing that looks like this doesn't mean that the players in my game reflect the same thing. I will demonstrate by clicking on one of the players here, if it lets me go to their account. So let's view this character that was on Leon. This character is level 25. They have played 41 games. They've had 19 victories and 0 successful escapes. They like playing Kenneth. They like playing Leon. They like playing Garnet. What does their match history look like? What does their top placement ratios look like? 19, 21, 23. Out of the games in which they've been playing, in the consistency that they've been playing, with their particular victories in what is supposed to be 41 games. They've been placing in the top 3 in at least 23 of them, which is 56% of their actual play ratio, which is extremely high. But then when you look at the match history, let's find out. Placing #1, placing #1. They're playing Leon, so this is basically a table feed. But they're only playing normals because they can't go to ranked yet. But placing #1, placing #1, placing #1, placing #5, playing Aya, placing #2, playing Leon, placing #1, #4, #6, well, #1, playing Alex, placing #1, 5, 7, 7, 7, 7 on Arazi, 3 on Arazi, 1, 1, 1. What this tells me is this player is playing kill feed characters. Sometimes they get built. Sometimes when they're playing something they're obviously not familiar with, they're getting dog washed because they don't know what to consistently do. In some of these matches, something's happening, and whatever the fuck is happening, it's showing inside of their scoreline. They're not doing bloody combat. In a lot of these kills, they're assisting them. They're not fighting with them. So they're not a starting playmaker. To extrapolate all this bullshit that I'm trying to tell you, this player here is trying to learn how to play the game well. To get there, they have to have a feedback of consistency. I can tell you from experience, they started touching Leon, they liked how Leon worked, and then they're like, let me play her some more. I'm obviously finishing with her more versus these characters, but I'm not having as much bloody conflict myself. In these games that she's playing here, even though they have a low kill feed of takedowns, she's 4 of 6. She is nearly 100% KDR in this match, compared to this Kenneth match, where they only have 1 kill, but they have 12 assists. Certainly that means they're playing engaged, which is what Kenneth is supposed to do, but they're not playmaking the situation. What that extrapolates out to is that when they ask themselves, am I having fun? Am I enjoying what I'm playing? Am I liking what I'm doing? Their bias is going to tell them that they're playing completely fine. There's nothing for them to improve on. There's nothing that they can do that will make them better. They're just literally suffering the consequences of other people and their bullshit. But that doesn't tell the whole story, because that's not the truth. That's not the truth of what's going on. It's not the truth of what's happening. It doesn't reflect the reality of what they're dealing with. Blase, blase, blase. Because the truth of the matter is that they're just experiencing what something would be obvious to any other person who'd come along and experience it with them. Which is that they have a bias that tells them they're playing better than most people, there's no reason to improve. But there is a reason to improve. And the reason to improve is that they're not getting enough consistency with the stuff they're doing in the first place. So, the reflection of the reality of what they're trying to play for, it doesn't match the reality of everything else they're doing. So there is a satisfaction problem. There's a satisfaction problem. There's a consistency problem. There's a bias problem. There's a lot of problems. A lot of problems. And the number one thing at the end of the day is that you're trying to make it fun. Because you don't want the game to not be fun, because if the game is not fun, people aren't going to play it. This is true of any video game, including the ones that we will be talking about later, because people literally would rather not play those video games because they think they're dog shit. But, beleaguering my point, what is the problem at the end of the day? Consistency's sake explains that we should care about a lot of these things for some basic common sense issues. But in a fighting game environment, the scene as it exists is what truthfully, belt transfer, is what truthfully dictates the actual fun people are having while they're playing it. If you're always winning in Tekken, you're not actually learning. If you're always losing in Tekken, there's a lot that you could work on, because something is making you dog shit. And whatever that something is, you got to figure out what it is so you can get better. If you don't do that, you're going to be permanently at the mercy of a bunch of bullshit until you figure it out. And that's just the system. That's just the system as it functions. At one of the most basic, inherent ways it could be explained. Does that make it a good thing? Argumentatively, probably not. Does it make it a bad thing? Argumentatively, probably not. But the problem that you're going to have here no matter what you do, is you're going to have people who are going to decide if the game is good or bad based on whether or not they're stomping people. If we want to be really dead-ass honest, if we're being truthful and honest to ourselves, that's really the linchpin that's going to decide if some people think a game is trash or not. If they are able to shit stomp the people that they're playing against, they're going to say that the game is bad, no matter what. Because that's the bias that a lot of players have. They have the bias that a game is good or the game is bad based on whether or not they're stomping people. And they want what they want the outcomes that they want the experience that they want, and never between the twain shall they meet. That's obviously not how it works, but that's the arguments that they make to themselves. Very hard to argue with retards, especially when you're talking about people who don't really appreciate the game for what it is, and they're just tourists that heard the video game is good, so they're checking it out before they then fuck back right off to where they came from. So, if a person plays a game because they want to have fun winning, but they don't like losing, and they play for fun, which you could say a lot of people play for fun. Hell, even when we studied Irrelevant's background, we found out he played a lot of Tekken and then he stopped entirely to become a fucking political chud. When you are playing for fun, you're not going to have the same passion as playing for improvement. Being consistent. And the consistency problem of fighting games is that there are way too many tourists that get washed out because they get filtered. The same way people get filtered from Eternal Return, or people could get filtered from Arknights right here. You can get filtered from fighting games very easily. And the problem with 2XKO is that it filters way too many people. Because it's not even made for League players at the end of the day. Fuck the fucking FGC. The FGC itself is an anchor that has a pedophile problem caused by a bunch of people that never get called out. Because it's slowly turning into a same scene that's the exact same as speedrunning. And you know what I mean by that. And if you don't know what I mean by that, pull up some recent VODs and go look at some recent videos. Short answer, transgenders. People who were male, now they're he, she, and they want a nice, safe, sanitized space instead of people competing for numbers and gold. They didn't even make a game for League players at the end of the day. They didn't make a game for League players. They used the basis of League characters to bring people in to play League when they made a television show. So, following logic with Arcane, 2XKO should be using League characters to sell fighting games to League players. And they couldn't do it. Because they don't want to play fighting games. They want to play League. It's the same thing that's going to obviously happen with the League MMO. They don't want to play an MMO game because MMOs are extremely hard to get off the ground. Turn to your left and look at Ash's Creations Shuddering for a key example of why that's probably not going to get off the ground. But here's hoping, even though they're fucking dumbass Shorzy people, knock on wood, if you can't even get the core audience to play it, why do you think the modern tourist is going to save you? Tourists like Irrelevant are going to try and visit my game when there's a 3-day weekend. They're not going to buy the $30 buy-in and start playing it on a regular seasonal rotation. Alright? It's just not going to happen. Because no matter what the fuck you do, much with the example of Ashes of Creation, somewhere along the line, in all of the high-scale vision, it became a scam. And instead of being honest about it, they tried desperately to fake the funk. They tried to use people like Pirate Software as a selling point to hope that people would get tricked in. They were going to try to return the money only in the concept of Kickstarter, so they went to Steam as a way to not have to do that. Somewhere in that transition period, it went from being a legitimate idea of a new MMORPG into becoming a scam. And then when they tried to rug pull the content, Steam said, fuck you, we're not doing this again. We're giving you all your money back, even if you didn't have enough playtime in order to get your money back. Because they were obviously abandoning the project, and they were going to sell it. They were going to sell the base IP of Ashes of Creation to somebody else, so it was no longer Ashes of Creation. It was going to be something else under somebody else's tutelage, selling it off for scraps and parts, and hoping that it would keep people coming in. The same thing happened here at 2XKO at the end of the day. Because I view 2XKO as a rug pull. Why is League of Legends designing a game for console players that are going to be in the FGC when they are a computer game company? They should be working on League of Legends 2, or some type of clone to Marvel Rivals and Overwatch, because Valorant is their CS clone. They can't manage that. Because unfortunately, that would involve them wasting a lot of time, wasting a lot of development, wasting a lot of money. And so, woosah, tie go in, tie goes out, bullshit, off to the breeze, and never shall the twains meet ever again. Reduce the numbers on the team, turn it into auxiliary retainment. It doesn't matter. It's gonna be shit. It's gonna be shit, it's gonna remain dog shit, and there's no winning people over. It's done. Kiss the ring. Is it their fault? Yes, it is. Should they be blamed? Debatable. Argumentatively, mistakes were made, but they had an ability to solve these mistakes early, and they did not. They had a chance to fix them early. They did not. Owning the chuds was more important to them. And so, in trying to own the chuds, they ended up turning in a product that ended up making the chuds laugh. And now what? Interpersonally, I couldn't tell you. What it is. And it's going to remain that way. Because at the end of the day, a lot of the problem here is that you've got people that are going to make demands. And the problem with these demands is that no matter how you argue this to them, they're not going to see eye to eye with you. Because they're coping at the end of the day. They're going to cope. They're going to give themselves whatever excuse they need to get it across the field. Because the cope is more important than the honest truth. Because that's the word we're talking about when we're talking about game designers. They're going to cope to themselves, they're going to cope to each other. Because they're going to have a hard time trying to tell the truth. Because they're not used to telling the truth. They're not used to telling the truth. And because they're not used to telling the truth, a lot of problems for them are going to get a whole lot more annoying and a whole lot worse really fucking fast. But the news cycle only moves so quickly, so we'll have to see what happens next. But again, there's your hot tea. 8:15. Free-to-play fighting games aren't sustainable. There's a world where they can be sustainable, but the problem is that it requires too much. The word of the moment is critical mass. So, Highguard, Concordia, Coyotes, which got canceled and aborted before it ever released, Battleborn, etc., etc., etc. The word is critical mass. There is a base number of money that you need to make in order to hit a consistent pay rate that allows you to pay for the team that's working on the game. Heroes of the Storm right now is in maintenance mode, which means the core part of the game itself, everything that's a part of it, you don't really have to do a lot of stuff. They're not making a lot of characters, they're not updating a lot of shit, but they don't have to. They already have a very large roster. And that is effectively a fighting game. A MOBA is a fighting game. Understand this, at the end of the day, a MOBA is a fighting game. If it is a battle arena, it is a fighting game. League is a fighting game. League is a fighting game. Overwatch is a fighting game, even though it's shot in third person or FPS. Marvel Rivals is a fighting game. Argue all the day you want with me about this. I'm right. I'm not saying this from gaming experience. I'm saying this as a game designer. They are fighting games in their inherent nexus. Eternal Return is a fighting game. One of the core main game loops is that it's a battle royale that has specific timers and opportunity events that create opportunities for fights. But it's a fighting game at the end of the day. The roster of the characters and how they function are the interplay of what makes the game interesting. But for all this bullshit, and at this point I'm going to click on the cash shop and just put it on the recommended bundles. You have to make money somehow. You have to make money somehow. How does League monetize itself? Non-fungible tokens. Carl, we're not talking about cryptocurrency. Getting this out the way before we even get there. Non-fungible token does not mean cryptocurrency blockchain all the time. It means a non-fungible token that is received for fiat currency. What's a fiat currency? What's a fiat currency? What's a fiat currency? I'm going to keep repeating this question until somebody says the answer in chat. The answer is directly on screen. What's a fiat currency? Also, this is a part of the reason why I'm going to start pulling back that, yes, that's correct, microtransactions. Thank you, Mr. Fancy Pants. This is also the reason why I'm going to start pulling back some of the audience retention and audience engagement portions of the stream. Because sometimes it's hard for people to keep up with this, and getting into a flow of conversation and having to pause until the chat figures it out, can sometimes be a problem. Especially if we're trying to stay on a roll. But I digress. Fiat currency means you exchange your money for a premium currency that they exchange with. Inside of this game, it is NP. Inside of this game, it is Oreos for Oro Barrels. And then Oro Barrels for a type of cash. No matter what game you have, Hello Boster, no matter what game we're talking about, the game needs to make money. This game launched on the 22nd of January. It was announced at the Game Awards. the same night that they announced High Guard, this game will not fail. It's not because it's a gacha game. It's because it understands what it's trying to do, which apparently is 1 part Satisfactory and Factorio and 1 part normal pseudo-harem gacha with a lot of potential upcoming content. Namely, 3 characters that are going to be released soon to the populace. This game was started like years ago. It's in Season 10. I remember playing it in Season 0. It rotated fast, just like the seasons between League of Legends or in between Marvel Rivals. But just like Marvel Rivals, just like this game, just like League of Legends, just like Dota 2, just like Smite, just like anything. Whether it be a free-to-play game or a paid service game, like Battle.Right was before they made it free-to-play and they entered into the same cycle. You must hit critical mass, which means you need to pay for NFTs. That means you need to pay for non-fungible tokens. That means you need to exchange fiat currency for a premium currency. No matter what we're talking about, you have to hit critical mass. A certain amount of money has to be made off the type of content that you're making. If you don't make that money, then there's nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. Nothing you can do. The reason why Concord shut down was because the game couldn't hit critical mass. The reason why there was a massive 90% layoff of the staff of High Guard is because they couldn't hit critical mass. That number they needed to hit was $880,000. A little over a fourth, 4/5 of $1 million. They were not going to hit those numbers with the numbers that they had playing the game. They lost 90% of their player retention on week 1. When the lead boss says it doesn't matter what people say, it only matters who's enjoying our game, that is cope. Because where's the money gonna come from? The game has a small roster. It had a year-over-year plan where they were going with a full year roadmap starting in January all the way to December. And money out the door. Can't even boot the shit without putting your computer in secure boot. Which for some people, they probably bricked their shit. And if they didn't brick their shit, they had to put their shit in secure boot the same way some people have a problem with kernel level anti-cheat. That's obviously a level way too fucking far. That's your first, second, and third hurdle right there. But let's keep it in the scope of what we're talking about. They have to critical mass. The same way that Ashes of Creation has to hit critical mass. You need a certain amount of money in order to keep operations running. Think of it in smaller terms, if big terms are hard for you. In order for us, and by us I mean I, and by I mean we, and by we I mean the group that's behind the private server for both Toontown Online Rewritten, as well as for Maybe No Guide Professional. For us, in order to make a certain amount of money and to run the content of our free-to-play private server, we require a certain amount of money. Drag this over real quick. There we go. We require a certain amount of money in order for it to be raised. Whenever we do this, we use it using Bitcoin and Ethereum, and it's only open on a specific time period. But between this and this, when running this content, they have to make money somehow. For them, they chose to do enamel pins for bosses, namely the Sellbots, and other shit as well. And plushies, which are completely sold out. You gotta make money somehow! Servers are cheap! Servers are cheap! Between player retention, argumentatively, using the numbers we had at the time, which was 110k on the first week of retention for High Guard. If we're looking at a payroll, that's $880,000. Let's use nice round numbers and say 1 million. If we are looking at something that has a payroll deficit of 1 million, and we only have 100k players to keep that game running, how the fuck are we going to afford those players and their costs and the latency and the servers and the upkeep and the blah blah blah? They gotta pay money. If they're not paying enough money, they gotta cut back on something. Either you have to reduce the scope of what you're working on in the game, and you start missing out and delivering half promises, and then you end up going down the road of Overwatch. No longer Overwatch 2. Now it's just Overwatch. Promises made, promises not delivered and kept. Or you go down the road of High Guard, and you have to reduce the staff. Sorry guys, we can't have you all on. It was great having you build the cavalry structure, but you gotta get the fuck out. Or you go down the road of Coyotes, and eventually the road to Splitgate, and the road of Marathon, and all the other bullshit. Which is that you have to reduce the people working on the project, or the project fails because you couldn't hit critical mass, and it has to be sold for parts and services. While you undergo company restructuring, and you're dead in the water. Yes, exactly, Boster. Even for projects like the HD Launcher, this was a problem. Hell, even for the guy that managed the entire Sims 4 hack launcher before he shut this shit down because those guys annoyed the fuck out of him, he did the same thing too. Nothing for free. It might feel like it's free, but it's not free. Looking around the scope and trying to hit that critical mass, in order for the game to fucking function, in order for them to make money, in order for them to do anything, there's a baseline process they gotta be able to hit. If they can't hit that process, they're fucked. I have a phone call. I hope this isn't a bill collector. Hello? It was indeed a bill collector. I hate living in debt! So, just like hell, even with broadcasting. Mike, is there something wrong with my microphone? I don't need to deafen my call. If it was a bill collector, I was going to hang up, and that's exactly what I did. Even with streaming, there is a certain amount of money that you need in order to do your broadcasts. Because obviously, there's a certain amount of money that you need in order for you to afford doing the job. Namely, the paying for the internet and the surviving so you can broadcast part. As the community dono plot can clearly show you. But now I have an actual job to supplant that. Or to supplement that, rather. Wrong word. Anyways. Critical mass. Going all the way back to the thing that was mentioned by, as I tried desperately to find my window that is focused on the content. Here it is. Going back to the... My head is itchy. Going back to the mention that was made by Wasted TP, with fighting games not being sustainable. They have to hit critical mass. If you can't make money off the people in the free-to-play method, where by free-to-play, but not free-to-master, it's a freemium model. With the exception of League, almost all battle arenas sustain themselves with a God Pack, or a Master Unlock Pack. $20 to $30. 10 years ago, it was $20. Now it's $30. Past, present, future characters all unlocked in a single pack. And then nickel and diming you for skins. That's how they make their money in those ways. Hell, this game definitely makes its money in skins. Hell, the fucking Royal Pack right here. All of these different characters here. This skin. And this skin. And this skin. And where's the other one? 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 Justania. And Mai. Where's Hayes? Chiara. Where's Hayes? Can't find her. Anyways. Even for things like the season pack, which apparently only contains these ones, and for the full release, this season's pack skin is Hayes, who I think I already have, apparently. These skins, all of this shit, the monetary cost was like $35. League obviously sells it nickels and dimes them based on what they think a legendary skin value should be. So the float cost of whatever the actual fiat currency transfer of your NFT is what sets this number. But this is how they make their money. Skins. Because if you love playing a character, you'll love playing a character with a skin. And yeah, it does work. But all these other bullshit things, if the skins aren't keeping you invested, if your desire to look good isn't what keeps you invested, it has to be some type of statistical bonus that they're giving you. And unfortunately, statistical bonuses do not float. Because if I'm buying power, what's the point of playing the video game? I'm supposed to be owning people because I'm hot shit, not because the game is floating my ego for me. Ergo, blase, 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 and a bunch of other bullshit. It all has to work out somehow at the end of the fucking day. Because if it can't, and if it doesn't, you got a problem. A massive, 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 massive problem. Because nobody can do it for you. Like, the journalists and their power over content for the last few years and justifying their existence, they can't make a game hit critical mass. Because they don't know what the gamer wants. The gamer knows what the gamer wants. And even then, sometimes the gamer decides, nah, fuck you. They want to watch you die. Because it's funnier. And you can't blame those people because they have a justified right for wanting that. Because when they had a chance to fix shit in the first place, they decided they didn't want to listen to them. So, what happens next isn't their fault. It's just them working towards definitive issues and definitive conclusions. If it ends up bankrupting you, tough titties. But that's just the reality of the cope at the end of the day. But you know, not to belabor the point too much, they can make money, but they have to be aggressive or fair about how they nickel and dime you. So like, looking at this battle pass, which is going to last for the entire season, 25 weeks, that's like half of the year. Or in Enfield, when I show you their version of a battle pass, which I've already gotten to the end of, and this only cost me $10. This cost me nothing. This cost me $10, and I've already recouped my gains from it, and I'll continue regaining from it for the next 27 days. And then not accounting for that, but accounting for the actual monthly pass that I've paid for, which is $5. I've spent $16 in this game. And I've already gotten massive benefit, and I'll continue to get massive benefit from it. All this other bullshit, if I put all of them on the screen, which I don't think I can. No, yes I can. Bundles. All this extra bullshit, I don't need it. This is trash, 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 this is trash. This was worth it, because it was a $1 bundle start. Monthly Pass is worth it, because I pay $5, I get 30 days of rewards. All of these extra things that they try to nickel and dime us for. These are the ways they have to make money. Some people are willing to do it because, in this case, if we look at Enfield, these bundles are whale bait. This is 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 whale bait. Because they put a fiat cost on, number one, Arsenal tickets, which is a form of a weapon banner, and the actual charter permits, which are a character banner. $20 to get 10 pulls between Arsenal Exchange and Headhunting. which you can get for free. All that cost has to go somewhere. When you have people design games the way that they design a lot of these fighting games to be, a lot of these NFT simulators to be, when it comes to currency cost, the first Descendant comes to mind. They put a lot of emphasis on you either playing it forever and basically being on a gear treadmill for every character, or give us money, we give you immediate upgrades. But that doesn't feel good. And that's obviously a cancer on the community and a cancer on the player base. When we look at the design philosophy behind games like Path of Exile, and we're talking about making non-stop cash off of parity, when we're talking about days of time and enjoyment, when we're talking about entertainment, when we're talking about satisfaction, the reality of what we're dealing with is we're talking about value. So, here's an example for Path of Exile. Kirax Vault should be a $30 bundle. Yes, $30 bundle. 300 points. The value of points reflects itself on its exchange rate. Well, how much is the exchange rate? 100 points is $10. 50 points is $5. 200 points is $20. So, Kirax Vault, all of these additional things that you get for doing map objective bonuses, which is the free track, versus the premium track copy on the other end. NFTs. These are all skins. Not a single one of these things affects your power. It's just skins. But the more you play the game, oh look, you get a free orb. You get free orbs of unmaking to restat your Atlas tree, and you get a mystery box. You get 3 orbs of horizon to shift around your map base for your maps of the Atlas, and a skin for the echoes of the Maven boots. You get a map containing the Sacred Grove on 17 map objectives completed. Again, just playing the game naturally as a part of the free track, and Glimmerwood Mystery Box. You get an Echoes of the Maven Glove when you get to 27, and a Blighted map. You get an Operative Scouting Report to do a reroll of your Kirak missions, and a Polaris Mystery Box. You get the Body Armor of the Maven Kit, and random 5 Scarabs, which you used in rolling your maps. You get a Shaper Guardian map when you get to 80, because now you're pushing endgame, and a Midnight Pact Mystery Box. And you get a Valdo's Puzzle Box containing a map of the higher tier 17 maps that have a reward of a guaranteed item for you, and an Echoes of the Maven helmet. You don't get any benefit in value out of spending 300 points or $30 on this premium pass. But guess what? It acts as a thing that keeps you playing. It increases player retention because, hey, just like buying a battle pass, the battle pass doesn't level up when you ain't playing a game, nigga. And that's why almost every single game like this uses something like that. It's the hook. But this is just Path of Exile 1. Because they don't have this in Exile 2 right now. So let's go back to the main site. Do the same logic when we're talking about deals. Daily, they do deals of the day on different types of things in the store. And they even have talent competitions for submissions for free content. But let's look at our microtransactions and the specials. Or rather, I should say, the supporter packs. Right now, Lash of the Druids for supporter packs. You have a supporter pack for $30. You got a supporter pack for $60. You got a supporter pack for $90. You got a supporter pack in another tier for $30, $60, $90. You got another one for Keeper of the Flames, specific to Path of Exile 1. $30, $60, $90. $30, $60, $90. early supporter packs for supporting the game, specifically for Exile 2, which gets you access with an included digital soundtrack download, as well as the Path of Exile 2 early access key, either unlocked to your account or a key you can give to somebody else, and then additional upgrades to the supporter pack. So $30, a $30 upgrade, another $40 upgrade in total of $100, another $60 upgrade in total of $160, another tier number upgrade. I'm bad at this small math, but it's like, what, another $60? No, because 60 would not be that number, unless Carl's retarded. Carl can't do small math. It'd be $80 upgrade, and then double it twice, from 240 to 480. Damn, who the fuck's dropping 500? I'm not even on the screen. Oh my god, I'm retarded. Put it on the screen, Carl. But then, damn, who's paying $500 plus shipping for all of his extra swag to get a $4,800 point value with additional keys to hand to their friends with playing the video game? But you know what a Path of Exile player never complains about? Our game being dog shit and bad when we're playing it. We might make up a bunch of bullshit before the league starts and after the league ends. But when we say we support our game and our game runs healthy and strong, roots run deep. Roots run deep. Roots run deep. Because guess what? Some of us will do this as a job. So of course we have $500 laying around. And of course, these are always going to be open for a time. Because, you don't have to buy them outright in the beginning. I started with the $30 buy-in for the thing. Then I got an upgrade to the Lord of Logum. If I choose to get another upgrade, it's going to be $40 plus. And then it continues to increase and increase and increase and increase. Assuming that I don't want to give them a shipping date or location for the t-shirt or the hoodie or the book, which I don't want the book, but I'd like to have the access keys. Because free keys means I give somebody else a key. Yeah, they give you a +1 key starting at Thaumaturge of the Vol. All that extra shit, it's just skins. All of this is just skins. But damn if those skins aren't good. I would say the fairest value a person would reasonably go up to if they don't have a lot of disposable income is they stop at 100. But they make the money. And considering how many people wear those badges with pride, because every time you buy an investor pack, it tags your account. Oh look, this person paid this dollar amount for this pack. A pack that can never be purchased again. So it's not only a badge of honor, it's also a marker of age. How many supporter packs has that person purchased? Thank you for your service is all you can really say. It's like coming across a Vietnam vet. You ain't gonna say to them, they don't play the game. Because maybe they don't. Maybe they only play Legacy. Maybe they only play Standard. Maybe they only play the League after the League has been brought to Core. And they play a version of it in private with other people in their league. But guess what they will never say? Guess what they will never do? They will never say the game is dog shit and they never make an update. Because they literally don't have to worry about the same problems these developers have to. Because these developers have to always worry about how they make their cash. It's not a fighting game free-to-play isn't sustainable. It's free-to-play is very, very unstable. All free-to-play games are unstable. That's why you have to have some type of monetization loop. Hell, even for SRS, members is the only way they sustain their number because you're supposed to use free-to-play as a tempt to get them to come in the door. It's a taste. It's a taste. It's a touch. It's not as efficient. It's not as effective. Lord knows when I tried playing free-to-play on my first account, I was kind of miserable. Especially when there were players going out of their way to take advantage of me. But when I went into members, it was an entirely different world. And then I found a clan, and then I started having fun with that clan. No matter what you do, no matter what happens in the game industry, they always have to make their money back somehow. And unless they're willing to put in the work and put in the effort, it doesn't fucking matter what they do. Because they're coping at the end of the day. They're coping, you're coping, we're coping, he, she, he, they are coping. It's not like it's easy. It's not like it's consistent either. But, beleaguering my point, the truth still remains.
You are eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
It is what it is. Thank you for the members. 21 months! You're almost 2 years old. 3 more months, you get to have the special prize. The special prize is a $2 box of chips. But yeah, you literally have to look at this as a how do we recoup our incumbency problem. And unfortunately, there is no way to recover the incumbency for the way that these games are being developed by the developers that they're being designed by. They have completely coped themselves out of the circle. They don't have a result and they don't have an answer for the shit that they're working with. So everything at the end of the day ends up becoming cope. No matter how you work it, no matter how you plan it. And most of these people are lying to themselves when they say things like, oh, it's just haters being mad. No, it ain't. More than likely, the amount of, quote, haters that exist in these games are the only people who are keeping this shit afloat in the first place. Because to me, it's cope at the end of the day. Because there ain't no fucking world you're going to convince me that it's a special thing that's happening and it just so happens to be the case. No, someone's responsible for the cope that's happening here. Someone's responsible for the failure that's happening here. But I digress. I digress. But yeah, y'all got me talking about things I was going to cover while we were on air at 9. But, you know, dance, monkey dance, the audience says. Let me get these cans off my desk. Anyways, I still need to get the ER bug out of me, so I'm going to be playing a couple of rounds, but continue asking your questions as I clean up my front desk. I'm down to my water bottles. Ouch. My hand. My foot. My everything. Mr. Streamer, what's your opinion? Scene slowly fading because it's no longer funny, and Cyberstand stuff and other things that I also plan to do for this month as I gear up for my pivot over to that when I'm playing more live between ER and Arc Knights. Yes. I'm honestly happy that clearly every time they've done a content pivot, it has been with a focus of trying to put the factions forward facing, so that people would stop complaining about there's nothing to do. But it is what it is at the end of the day. Also, talk show. Podcasts. There we go. If you can't make money, thank you, Carl. Boop. But outside of the pinned content that I said we'd get to at 9, which we're almost there, we've got videos.
You're eating straight eggs, no bacon. The fuck are you doing?
Rest in peace, boiling water. You will be missed. Based. For all of the content that we have to look into, some of the content we have to look into is videos. We're going to be picking up where we left off last time on that last video that I needed to cover from the Birdman, and then moving on to other content, of which there's plenty. Plenty. And then I have deliverables I need to do, and I'll be doing those up until it's time for Discord Gaming Night. But anyways, I need to scratch this ER bug. So as soon as I confirm that I've gotten all of the carbon out of these machines, I have to redesign this fucking bullshit. This might not be empty. No, it's empty now. Okay. I hate to remove the fucking fluid tank engine, but I need to. I'm just gonna leave it like that for now. Actually, disconnect the pipe for now. Okay. seems inefficient. But I don't want to do an entire line of these lining up into each of them. Oh well. I've got space. I don't think I need to run these anymore. Okay, those stay up, this goes. Alright, that's one part of this undone. This is at least running properly. I have a supply of more than enough. Okay. So I take you played Factorio. My camera's broken again! Why does things keep happening? I have played other factorialization video games before. I do not like Factorio. My particular games was things like Oxygen Not Included and other such stuff. But for what it is worth, this game features a lot of those basic things in them, but in a way in which I find them digestible and enjoyable. It is now 9 o'clock, but now I need to get at least an hour of Eternal Return out of my system. However, we need the content queued up, which I'm going to do on the side here. There's Rob's Media on Sneeko. There is the Birdman shit. And there should be 2 videos here about... There it is. Politics and gaming from Dezembro. we'll be doing those in a bit.
You know, I've seen other Hongshan swordmancers.
But first, let me get my hour. It's broken again.
Well, Hongshan swordmancy focuses on the will.
Let's get
not the
an
form.
hour of
One with the blade is far more important than drilling a move over
my addiction out of me. You know, I thought it was going to be a lot harder to condense this shit, but it actually ended up being easier than I thought. I don't feel like this is right. An entire shelf here is impossible to place. Yeah, the entire shelf here can't be placed. So that's a bit unfortunate for that positioning, but it is what it is. Unless I put it on the line. Okay, it was actually much easier than I thought it was going to be. Like, a lot easier than I thought it was going to be. I really don't like the ugly-ass pipe system. It's probably best to do it that way. Okay, that's as efficient as that's going to get. Now it needs to overflow. Alright. And my camera broke again. Why? Why, God? God, why are you doing this to me? Okay. Return out of my system. Now would be the smart time to ask questions about things you want answered before we get into the content and the questions get away from me. While I covertly, not so covertly, try to fix my camera in the background. Can I find a ranked match? Answers say no. South Koreans! All I want to do is play ranked, but I can't play ranked because there's literally not enough South Korean players on. Or North American players playing. But Carl, it's a fucking Thursday, bro. Yes, but have you considered I want to play ranked? I shouldn't have to wait till the midday or until fucking close to midnight in order to play during prime time. It's not Windows 11. I don't use Windows 11. I'm still on Windows 10. What would you say would be safe to upgrade from Windows 10 to Windows 11 since all I hear is pure pain? I would say upgrade to something else entirely if you have to go with Windows 10 to Windows 11 because you're trapped. You need to have a Microsoft account so you can pay for the fucking license key. There's nothing wrong with Windows 10. They just want to fucking nickel and dime us with a subscription-based model of Windows 11 with fucking bloatware. I would use Linux if I could. Overflow achieved.
No time for self-pity. Just gotta look forward.
First time's a here player. And a Nikki. I bought the skin, or rather I used the vouchers for the skin, I might as well better use them. Me personally, I would use any system that comes without the bloat of Windows problems, because I don't need any of the shit they try to sell me. I just need a computer that functions correctly and plays the video games when I want to. I'm a simple man. I have simple desires. This is video games and coochie in my mouth. Is that so much for a nigga to ask? Sometimes yes. I'm as I do, and I feel the way, and I wonder. And I need you. I love you, and I want you. That Rozzie's gonna be a fucking problem. So is that shit, but I can't even read the fucking character's name because of their background. That's also Rozzie. Ooh, and the camera broke again. Am I gonna have to reset my computer so that my webcam stops fucking breaking? Is that what I have to do?
We will then resume our next experiment. Let there be glory to the minds who reach the end of despair. I'm giving you the chance to be the seeker this time. How exciting!
You can't hold the weapon. I'm grateful for your sacrifice. Don't take this the wrong way. good as useless. Just your eyes. See, anyone can learn to be self-sufficient. This looks expensive.
I think he's already getting her ass beat.
Nice and I better catch at least one of these guys in the jury.
Sacrificial lamb. Such a nice term.
She wins.
I'll teach you a lesson. Don't follow me, just your eyes. Expose your back. I better catch at least one of these guys. Great for I'll teach you a lesson. Dig in deep.
Why can't you be more like them?
Follow with just your eyes. I'll teach you a lesson.
That's how you killed someone.
Where do you think you're going, boy? Right ass man!
Catch at least one of you. Follow with just your eyes.
The meteorite will fall down.
Expose your back. These vending machines still work? Nothing.
How does it feel to die in contact?
Just your eyes. Expose your back. Nice and quiet. I don't think I should this.
Call from Frozen Jolt Fan.
Hello. Please leave a message after the tone.
Dig in deep.
The meteorite has collided. Go, go, go. I really hate cramped places. You can now purchase items at the kiosk. There's a crashed meteorite. Let's check it out.
Quite a familiar place. I won't waste such a thing. Don't take this one home. Dig in deep. Fast. Slow. I'll teach you a lesson. I said slow. Is this a new level? Are you ready? catch at least one of these guys in the gym. Are you ready? Exposure back. Police station's totally bad. Dig it.
Why can't you be more like them? That's how you kill someone. Time to corner the prey. Alpha spotted. That's how you kill someone.
Is anyone here hiring a part-time? Dig in deep. Exposure back.
I don't know why that player decided to walk in by themselves.
Don't take this the wrong way. Dig in deep. Don't let it go. I'll teach you a lesson. Fast. I'll teach you a lesson. Dig in deep. Slow. Back.
There's a new team attacking.
Repairs. Fast. This isn't the gym, right?
I really hate cramped places.
Dig in deep.
How does it feel to die and come back?
I won't waste such a thing.
Perfect. Now we can fight again.
That's the best. The fruits of my ability. Don't let your guard down. Humans are just trees. Dig in deep. Fast.
Thank you.
Fast in the sky. Fast in the sky. Is this all right? Don't let your guard down. I've never seen anything like this. Don't take it.
Chance to earn credit. Let's find Looney. Time to corner the prey. Been spotted.
perfect place for leg day. Is this all you got? Fast. The wind cuts through the sky. Is this all you got? Go slow. Humans are just like trees.
Damn it.
You need strong roots to grow tall. Don't take this wrong. I'd rather catch up with one of those guys in the gym. The wind cuts through the sky. Any of these machines for working out? Where's the goal? The fruits of my effort.
I really hate cramped places.
I need to figure out the ping for asking what they need.
Can't stop it. Gotta go. You're slow. Exposure back. See the flow. Touch. There's gotta be a gym somewhere.
Go. You found Dr. Weakling's spawn point.
I'll teach you a lesson. Don't take this the wrong way. Don't let your guard down. Exposure. So this is what
Corner the prey.
I couldn't stay focused.
Don't know how else to explain that, bro. You can't have it both ways. Either you want to learn how to play the game and become better, or you want to have fun. You want to play for fun. Man wants to play for fun. He falls immediately over when we get to a team fight, where we should be able to play for advantage because he doesn't know what he's doing. That's the way it goes when you bullshit like a hoe. Cause niggas, they do the shit. Anyways. I need to reconstruct this from the start. Oh. One game. I'll start the news at 10. Ouch my dick, my balls. Ouch and my balls. Ouch 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 my balls. Oh, ouch, ouch my balls. This basic blueprint should probably be a starter piece. Yep, it was the exact same one as before. Okay. This project is big and large, so it needs to go somewhere else. Meanwhile, this shit. I think I'm gonna do this in 3 and 3 blocks. And I'm gonna do the thing that I said. Oh, this is so bad. Six to 10 leaves should definitely never run out. One of these is backwards. This one is not. Okay. Certainly that fixes the fucking process runner. Now the hard part. Okay. And the camera broke again. Oh my god. I'm gonna rage. One more game, and then I'm going to reset my shit, and I'm gonna start back up, and then hopefully it'll fix everything after I reset the computer. I'm in the position of feeling like I highly doubt it, but, you know. Waiting in queue for 6 minutes for a normal match game, that definitely makes sense. Do 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 do. This pylon is just sitting here for fun. Since there's no open block with these, I'm going to have to wire this differently when I set up the final machine bus. But let's start with the first machine arm. But also, same player? Seems like it.
No time for self-pity. Just gotta look for it.
Can't help bad players, and I definitely can't help bad players that are going to talk shit to me while actively falling over and sucking massive donkey dick. But what the fuck can I say? Hello, low battery guy. Alright, I need to reset after this game, and then when I come back, hopefully the webcam will have fixed itself after it's gotten a reboot and all the bunch of other shit that needs to happen, because I'm tired of it disconnecting itself. I'm not going to deal with this for the entire day all the way until 4 p.m. I will crash out 100%.
We will then resume our next experiment. Let there be glory to the pawns who reach the end of despair.
A never-ending round of hide-and-seek is starting. Doesn't it seem fun?
You can't ignore the weapon. I'm grateful for your sacrifice. Nice and quiet. This looks expensive. This might break after a single fight. Money's as good as useless here. This looks expensive. Follow it just right. It's all for a good cause. Still need more practice. Follow it just your eyes. Let's see if anyone here wants to trade with me. Ready? Expose your back. You can't hold your weapon correctly. Nothing personal. Follow it, just your eyes. Expose your back. Still need more practice. Can I take over? Quite a familiar plate. Nice and quiet. Just your eyes.
Perfect. Now we can fight again.
Just your eyes. Fast. Are you ready? No mistake. Prepare yourself. Is this all you got?
A meteorite is about to fall from the sky.
These heavy machines still work? Is this okay?
Why can't you be more like them?
Don't take this the wrong way. Don't follow with just your eyes. Fast. It's an easy place to get lost in fun. I should take up archery sometime. Where's the goal? Dig in. Is this all you got? Don't let your guard down. Fast.
Time to corner the
A
prey.
meteorite has
Dig in deep.
tree of life has spawned. Hurry!
In the Tree of Life, baby.
Fruits of my effort. No time to rest. We've got more training. Is this all you got? Here. Prepare yourself. No mistake. Here. Where's the goal? Expose your back. Is this all you got? Fast. Quite a familiar place. You can't even move your weapon. Expose your back.
Lumi is now full of credits. Let's find it and get the credits.
I won't waste such a thing. Dig in.
like them.
Alpha is around.
Cramped places. Perfect. Now we can fight again.
Bloomy's credits are fully charged. Go get them.
Fight again. Perfect. Now we can fight again.
Prepare yourself. Is this all you got? You're too slow. Nothing personal. Wind cuts through the sky.
Will not miss.
The wind cuts through the sky. Is this all you got? Exposure back. Remain calm. Even times like this. Dig in deep. These plates look expensive. Hold on. You can't even hold the weapon correctly. It's disrespectful to me to see you. I wonder if I can sit on that pipe without giving
Seems like the meteorite will fall nearby. Careful with your head.
Scars are the proof of discipline. This is
Time to corner the prey.
prepare yourself.
Before you take off, let me give you a few tips. Make sure there's no obstacle where you're going to land.
Could use some extra bandages. Everything's dirty. Unmultiple. You can't even hold your weapon correctly.
Why are you walking off?
Is this all you got? If you never lose your fights, you'll never leave that hospital. Everything's dirty here.
When you come down, make sure to land on your feet. Don't worry, you'll recover. The deeper you go, the tougher the opponents you'll face. Stay on your guard.
Time to corner the prey.
Omega has been spotted.
Fucking annoying people. I don't like I have to explain myself to people. multiple fucking times. Don't want to have to constantly tell somebody how to do something multiple fucking times. You're not a fucking helpless child. You can learn how to play the game with a team in a team-based game. Why are you playing a team-based game? You're gonna be a fucking annoying and a piece of shit about it. That's why you didn't get anything.
Scars are the...
A tree of life has spawned. The others must be coming for it.
Are you ready? Everything's dirty. In the... Are you ready? Fast. Hope I'll find something cuts through the sky. Is this all you got? Where's the cuts through the sky. Prepare yourself. Make no mistake. You can't even hold the weapon correctly.
Blue needs credit for fun. Find Blue needs to collect credits and items.
Prepare yourself.
Time to corner the prey.
Where's the focus? You're too slow. The wind cuts through the sky. Fast. You can't even hold the weapon correctly. Hope I'll find something useful. The wind cuts through the sky. Scars are the proof of discipline.
Blue needs credits are fully charged. Go get them.
The fruits of my effort.
Fully built, and you're not.
The meteorite has collided. Hurry up.
Calm waters run deep. Nothing personal. See the flow. Fast. Slow. Back. Let's see if anyone here wants to throw so this is where fate lies. Nothing personal. Don't let your guard down. Are you ready?
Look out. Dr. Weakline. Dr. Wickline has arrived.
You're giving this to me for free? You can't even hold your weapon. I'll teach you a lesson. Fast. Follow just your eyes. Make no mistake.
Only one team is left. Stay focused till the end.
Flow. Exposure back. Prepare yourself. If you never lose your fights, you'll never need a hospital.
places.
I'll teach you a lesson.
Now, it's only up to the final battle.
You can't even hold the weapon.
Go.
Active fucking idiots.
So this is there's gotta be a gym somewhere. Don't let your guard down.
Really? Why can't you be more like them?
Spooning the Jackie is the right choice.
Never stop training.
Vegan ass gameplay. 6 kills in a team that could be able to kill 25. Okay. Reboot my computer. Start back up. Waiting and 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 waiting. You can wait. You can literally wait 1 second. Camera's working. Shit's not broken. Gotta restart everything, including X, but that's fine. Okay. Coming in large and charged with a 3D barge. Because it's be wild like that and whatnot. Okay.
It may not be what you're... Skolo.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh Lord, Jack might have gotten us enough content to float us till 4 p.m. That's gonna be a live stream all by itself. I need to put a pin in this. Jesus fucking Christ. Okay. To restart X. Carl, why are you not playing the life simulator that is the game Reloaded? Because I like myself, Pip. Because I like myself. I mean, all I did is I disconnected and then I repaid my thing. That's all. That last match was a doozy. Get the same fucking retard from 1Q and he just tries to justify stupidity like the shit was okay.
Haha, that's a good.
Summer Smith makes a hard right in 2 seconds! But that's a billboard! She makes a hard right! I'm trusting you guys! Holy shit, you guys are amazing!
You don't deserve my tall little beauty.
She does a barrel roll!
I'm out. Boy, do I love when people try to spoil shows in pieces by using the YouTube Shorts feature as a means of bypassing legal restrictions. That's such a cool thing with copyright. Woo-hoo. Woo-hoo. Woo fucking who. Let's get this started, and then we'll be good. Hello, Avalon. Oh no, I've been seeing some of the classic Planet of the Apes recently, but only this week, and this week alone. It made me realize that I had never seen the original Charlie Heston Planet of the Apes. And then the Dr. Zaius joke started making a lot more sense to me from The Simpsons. Well, see, Pip, the thing is that they're breaking the law. Certainly it's YouTube's fault for allowing it, but they are breaking the law because they don't do anything about it. Like CapCut, CapWing, copyrights in the top left or top right or bottom left corner, channels with names like Real Movie Clips Original. This is a roach problem, and they need to fumigate. Excuse me. So anyways, last time on SinglePlayerCarl, we were dealing with the embarrassment that was the Birdman, which for some reason I can't find that post, but I can find the one that I had for the Act-Man. Here it is. So, last time we had done a speed run of some of the most recent and worst and bad of the Birdman and his content as he continues to spurg out against people he claims to call media grifters. Then I got exhausted and I stopped the stream at that point, and now we're turning back to the scene of the crime before we begin to cover the other things brought to us by Jack, which happens to be from the Decembro, specifically on media grifters such as the Act-Man. And people beginning to realize that the Act-Man is in fact a shill, just like Andrew Joe. That people won't properly speak on. So let's see here. We've got Angry Joe. It gets exposed with the Act-Man's bullshit, calling out the Act-Man, as well as grifters are ruining gaming. So you come after this, and you. Alright. We get through with these, and then whatever time I have left once I'm done with all of this goes into deliverables until 4 p.m. First up, the Bird Bitch.
Christopher Nolan's latest film, The Odyssey, has cast Lupita Nyong'o in an undisclosed role as of the writing of this video, and there has been speculation that she's portraying Helen of Troy, the mythological figure known for her beauty present in Homer's Iliad and The Odyssey. Naturally, this rumor has sent the internet into a frenzy with claims of race swapping and woke agendas.
Pause. No one's even used the word woke yet except you, and you're already off to the races to try and defend what we all know is going to happen. The question is, are they going to be blatant, or are they going to actually be clever? If they act to be clever, there's a way that you could probably get over on it. But they're probably not going to be clever. They're probably going to be lazy as fuck. And in being lazy as fuck, it's going to be hilarious. But don't you mind me. I'm just some dumb chud.
Which, of course, I find strange for a variety of reasons, such as this film doesn't contain a single Greek actor in its main cast.
Pause. Just because an actor is not genetically or culturally Greek does not mean that you can then decide, yeah, we're gonna make Helen of Troy black because fuck you. That's not how that works. That's not what we're doing here.
But we'll get into that a bit later. In this video, we're going to tackle an upload by Ryan Kinnell, the perfect guy to talk about ancient Greek poetry.
Pause. Ryan Kinnell of the RK Outpost. Get it right. Why would you pronounce Ryan Kinnell as Ryan Kinnell? He's had his name said multiple times in multiple places. If we're going to start off very early, yeah? If we're going to start off very early and very dumb with being grammar Nazis, then it might just be my job to have to be a grammar Nazi of the Negro Waffing his right back, you know, yeah?
Take it away, Ryan.
When it was announced that Christopher Nolan was going to be doing an adaptation of The Odyssey, quite frankly, it got a lot of attention because the idea of Chris Nolan tackling a project like this, a nearly 3,000-year-old epic that Homer wrote, like, it's so cool the possibilities that you could imagine if this was done properly. And then we started to get cast announcements. Then we started to get trailers, promotional material, all these things. Yet still, a lot is being kept rather close to the vest. They're being rather tight-lipped about who might be playing what when it comes to The Odyssey, but there are certainly rumors abound. And as we've seen more trailers, the idea that Travis Scott is in this, the casting of John Leguizamo, a lot of castings, Elliot Page, that are raising some eyebrows, but maybe none more so than this persistent rumor that blew up over the weekend. And that is about Helen of Troy. Helen of Troy, the face that launched 1,000 ships, the most beautiful woman in the world, Helen of Troy. Described in pretty great detail.
I think that's a perfect place to pause. Firstly, I'd like to point out that Ryan specifically chose this tweet, one from a neo-Nazi account referring to Lupita as a sub-Saharan African monkey.
He used a post that came from a particular account that has a negative outlook on the actress. Clearly, it was an intentional choice because he's actually dog whistling. He's dog whistling, and the Nazisms and the other shit. Please spare me.
To feature in his video because Ryan is an unabashed racist. Only he knows his video would get demonetized if he said this, so he instead uses a proxy to say what he really wants to say. And before you ask, yes, Ryan is a provable racist. Here he is giving The Batman a lower score specifically because apparently there was insufficient white representation amongst heroic characters, even though the movie is literally about Batman, and that the mayor, Jim Gordon, and Catwoman were portrayed by black actors.
But there were only a couple good people in this movie. You had Bruce Wayne, Batman, and you had Alfred. Those are the only two good white people. The rest of the three other major players that I would consider like overall like moral good people were, you had Jim Gordon, who's black in this. You had Catwoman, who's not white in this, and then you had the mayor, who's a black woman. Again, very much on the nose for current day Hollywood. Did not like that. Took a little bit off the score for me, to be honest.
So, as we can see, this is not an accusation I'm levying against Ryan arbitrarily. You now understand not only why he chose to make this video, but also why he chose this specific tweet, opposed to the literal hundreds of other tweets highlighting this rumor.
He's racist because he doesn't like that they chose to race swap characters that have been portrayed as white in their original works. And it is very much the case that he's allowed that opinion, but we forgot there was someone we had to consider. He didn't consent to this content, therefore it's a problem. All I'm hearing is wah, you're not getting what you want, wah. We're finishing with the thing that I left off before we move on to new business. Hello, Boster.
Anyway.
And Pip. And Struggler, again.
The claim Ryan makes is that Helen is described in pretty great detail. This shows how ignorant of the topic this guy is, and that he simply intends to grift on this issue, as one of the most famous aspects of Homeric poetry is that Helen is never given a concrete physical description. In fact, that ambiguity is one of the defining features of the character. When describing Helen, Homer chose evaluative language, or language that describes how she made people around her feel, rather than concrete details about her appearance. Specifically, Homer chose to use what are known as formulaic epithets, or traditional descriptive phrases that are shortcuts for character descriptions. There is an entire Wikipedia article dedicated to Homer's epithets, and in the context surrounding Helen, you'll see these, which are general epithets that refer to women: white-armed, lovely-haired, and long-robed. It is important to understand that these are not individualized physical descriptions, and that the Odyssey is a narrative poem using poetic language. The most obvious one is white-armed, which people will use to suggest this describes Helen's skin color. It does not. Someone who is white-armed in Homeric expression is someone who mostly stays inside and lives a life of relative leisure. In other words, a person who is not out in the sun working all day. Greece is in the Mediterranean, and we know the people there have various skin tones. This is not to suggest that Homer was describing a black woman of African descent. I am simply debunking the claim that Ryan has made that suggests Helen was physically described in great detail in the Odyssey, because she was not.
Described in, pretty great detail.
In contrast to Helen, the hero of the story, Odysseus, was physically described in the Odyssey. We know that, over time, humanity is becoming taller, mainly due to nutrition and the advent of certain technologies. In the Bronze Age, which is the time period the Odyssey takes place, humans were a bit shorter than modern humans. From skeletal data we have of the remains of the people of the Mediterranean, we know that, on average, men were around 5'4" to 5'7". Agamemnon was described as being taller than average men, so we can safely conclude Agamemnon was at least 5'8" or taller. In Book 3 of the Iliad, Odysseus is described as being shorter than Agamemnon by a head, which would safely place him in the 5'4" to 5'6" range, assuming Agamemnon was around 5'8". The problem, dear viewer, is that the person Nolan cast to play Odysseus is 5'10", who in the Bronze Age would tower over the vast majority of people. Where are the videos criticizing the casting of the too tall, too gray, fair-haired, not Greek, American English accented Matt Damon?
Probably coming because you're, just like you did with Ironheart jumping the fucking gun to be a ridiculous, sardonic asshole because you don't want to, let people get away with this one. Showing your intelligence, showing your maturity, and then acting like a dumbass when you eventually have to eat crow, and then you're gonna slide away because it's not about eating crow, it's about stopping media grifters. But don't you worry, I got something for that. Excuse me.
Oh? It's okay to take liberties with the source material as long as the person you cast is white?
Pause. No, it's okay to take liberties with the source material as long as you can find a way around the obvious problems that happen all the time in casting. What we don't think is acceptable is when you decide to play fast and loose with it because you decided you want to be a sardonic bitch about it. You be a sardonic bitch, we're going to be a sardonic bitch back. Act like you don't understand the difference, we're going to treat you like you're a retard. It's very simple. You want to act like a retard, we're going to treat you like one. You understand what the difference is, you just don't want to admit it, because it means that you'd have to give your enemies credit, which means you'd have to be less of an annoying asshole, which you ain't gonna get away with that. You ain't gonna stop doing that. You ain't gonna stop doing that. You gotta be an annoying asshole like that.
Well then, this suggests your problem is not with portraying the characters as accurately to the source material as possible, but that you don't like when black people get to play in the same sandbox that white people get to.
Pause. Circumstantial, you don't know that. You're more of a racist than him because you're coping. I don't understand. I don't understand then. It's just his opinion. You are getting this mad over what somebody's opinion is.
That, my friends, is textbook racism.
No, it's just you being annoying as fuck. When you start saying actual Nazism, that's when we have a problem. Since that's clearly not happening, you're gonna have to kiss a whole bunch of grits. Like a whole bunch. Like a lot. Like a lot. Like my entire nutsack. The entire nutsack, sir. The entire nutsack. My walls. Talking about my penis. My balls.
Lupita Nyong'o.
I really hate to pause again so soon, but Ryan repeatedly mispronounces Lupita's name,
and he does it on purpose, and therefore it must be racism. You pronounced his name wrong. Kiss my grits.
Not entirely sure that it's not on purpose. Her name is Nyong'o, not Nwanga. I don't know where Ryan is seeing the letter W in her name, what with it literally being on screen and all, but you would think with an unusual name himself, he would at least be a bit more careful about pronouncing someone's name.
Or, you know, he's trying and you just don't like that he's not doing more due diligence. Again, kiss rocks. I don't know what to tell you. Actually, I do know what to tell you. Go fuck yourself. But that's not professional. So, in lieu of that, we're going to go with you stop fishing for problems. Find real complaints. Yeah, we're going to go with that.
Unless, of course, he's doing this on purpose, in which case it's probably him being racist as usual.
Lupita Nyong'o.
Again, everything's racism. It's never a vocal mistake. It's never just being unfamiliar with the name. It's always racism. It's always racism.
Has been rumored to be Helen of Troy for a while, and these rumors blew up over the weekend. Lupita Nyong'o is playing Helen of Troy in Christopher Nolan's The Odyssey. Now, considering that Helen of Troy is described a very specific way, bare-skinned, white arms, pale, golden hair, you can understand why the casting of Lupita Nyong'o, who, regardless of if you think she's attractive, unattractive, hot, ugly, whatever your personal preference is for that, she doesn't exactly fit the description of Helen of Troy. And it's just...
I mean, considering the actual pentameter and the conditions we're talking about here, this is a nothing burger problem out of all the nothing burger problems. But if we're going to continue with some level of intelligence here, there's an argument, and that argument is not very good, but there's an argument, and it's going to be the thing upon which he's going to sit most of his credentials. No, she's not described as white inside of the fucking poem. The way that they used in poems back then are not the same way people use poems here. No, that's not how that works. No, that's not how it works either. No, it's not how it works either. It's not how it works either. A little bit of scope. Just a little bit. Not a lot. Just a little. But hey, what do I know? I think I can wire this differently. That's slightly cleaner.
One of so many reasons why people are very,
Hello,
very
Grace.
cautious about what.
What was the I got it, Carl, in reference to? Also, you're here early. Don't you have school?
Chris Nolan might be doing with the Odyssey.
Ignoring the second completely different mispronunciation of Lupita's name,
Lupita Nyong'o. Lupita Nyong'o.
as we
That's not a funny joke. Stop it.
just went over, the main character
The balls thing. I see.
is being portrayed by someone that doesn't physically match the description in the
Oh.
poem. And unlike Helen, we have actual descriptions of that character. Also, Ryan is using terms that were not used in the source material. Helen is not described as being fair-haired. In fact, the epithet used for Helen's hair is kalikomos, which actually translates to lovely or beautiful-haired. There is a Greek word for blonde hair, xanth or xanthos. This word was never used to describe Helen's hair color, but it was used to describe Achilles' hair color, as you can see here in Book 1 of the Iliad. So, once again, we lack actual physical descriptions of Helen because Homer chose to describe her in a way that expresses how she made people around her feel. Her hair theoretically could have been black, brown, or red. We'll never know because Homer has been dead for thousands of years.
And I mean, this caused a mass amount of backlash.
Yes, from racists and trolls on Twitter, but when are they ever not in an uproar about something? This is business.
I mean, argumentatively speaking, you're in an uproar about shit all the fucking time. And ironically, of all the times when you choose to do this, you never demonstrate this with people like me. You never demonstrate this with people like Jay. It's always the bigger numbers and the bigger fish. Almost like it's a choice. It's okay, buddy. We know you're scared. It's okay. We know. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We know. We know. We know. We know. Boy, do we know. I might have to loop this a little. No, it actually works. Works for me.
Business as usual on that hell site. The vast majority of people going to see the Odyssey will not care about this, and that's even if Lupita is actually playing Helen. Remember, this is just a rumor as of February 4th.
Wait, he acknowledged Jay Longbone. Is that you making a statement, or are you asking a question, Pip?
She could be playing an entirely different character.
Helen of Troy in 2004, Helen of Troy from 2026. Now, this is an edited image from Lupita Nyong'o in 12 Years a Slave that was kind of redone to make her look like she could be in a historical Greek epic or something like that. But there's a little bit of a difference between these things, don't we think? The very idea that this Greek story would have depicted Helen of Troy as black is absolutely 100% ridiculous. It's the complete and total opposite of that.
Well, the good thing is that this isn't a Greek story. It's Christopher Nolan's story, and as the artist creating this film, he has control over who appears in the film and how they are depicted. I once again bring up the fact that this film features no Greek actors in its main cast at all.
Pause. But it has a white man, a transgender woman, a white man, a black woman who is fair-skinned, a white man. What I can only describe is pure Germanic. Anne Hathaway. John Bernthal, a white man, a high cheekboned descendant of at least 3 different nationalities, but we're going to go with high aristocratic Danish. Because Lord have mercy, Charlize Theron, the South African that you are. And then nigga, Indian, Mexican, nigga, white man, Asian man. Although Josh Stewart might as well be Jew. Or Gentile. As much as you're going to complain about not having actors of the nationality for which is the origin of the story, people are more concerned with the, hey, if you could be able to fit them and make them pass for another race, since, you know, they're actors, they're acting, it's their job to act, you can understand why they might want to see a character that could pass for white portray the character that could pass for white. Oh, what are we talking about? I ain't talking about nothing. But hey, what do I know? I'm just a bigot. Allegedly.
There's even a Korean actor as one of the shipmates, so why is the black woman the cause for all the controversy?
Because most of us expect you all to go for the simplest, shortest route of being the most pedantic people possible. Because we expect nothing good of you. That's probably the easiest answer. It's the simplest. We don't expect better of you. Is that bad for us to have to say to you? Because it's true. It's true. It's very, very true. Itchy, itchy. How do I want to go about this?
Hell, John Bernthal is playing Menelaus, the husband of Helen. This is important because Menelaus is repeatedly described in the Odyssey as explicitly having blonde hair, as you can see in this passage from the 4th book. But John doesn't have blonde hair, so why?
So we're gonna dye it, or put him in a wig, or we're gonna do something around it unless we cut it all the fuck off, which apparently is what they chose to do. Cutting it all the fuck off.
Why is there no uproar about the character Menelaus, Helen's husband? Why?
Because this isn't the original Odyssey. It is the Odyssey being written by Nolan. You just gave the answer. That's the answer for every single time. Why are we not in an uproar about this? Because it's not the same thing. It's not one-to-one. No, Carl. And this guy said you would be called a race traitor. I would not be called a race traitor. I'd be called something a lot worse. Something a lot worse than Coon. I didn't throw that hard enough.
Is there no uproar that there are 0 actors of Greek descent in the main cast, for that matter?
And we see the same thing that we see each and every time a character gets race swapped. You got people that are out there defending the same, well, there's no reason she can't be black, and, well, they didn't really describe that. She could have been bull fucking shit. Yes, we know that this is a story, but this is a story by a Greek for Greeks about the Greek world.
And strangely, you have 0 problem with the fact that there are no Greeks in the film's main cast. By definition, the Finnish, Scottish, and English Matt Damon is a race swap. The English and Irish Tom Holland is not Greek. Anne Hathaway is all these things, and yet not one part of her ancestry is from Greece. So why is it that all of these people get to play pretend and Lupita cannot? Oh, it's her skin color. She can't play pretend because she has a different skin color than Benny Safdie.
No, it's if she tries to play Helen of Troy. If she is playing Helen of Troy, and we're expected to just say that is Helen of Troy, when we could make the attempt to do better casting, then you're being pedantic and being retarded. In which case, case closed. We ain't gotta go any further.
The Jewish person that's playing Agamemnon. I think we have a word for excluding people on the basis of their skin color.
Crafting together these little pieces, some things real, some things fictional, and wrap them all up into this historical epic that has lasted nearly 3 1,000 years. That's how impactful that story has been. And what do? You fucking race swap. Look, you can say you want about diversity and representation, modernity. Bull fucking shit. We saw just the other day how a lot of black people got up in arms with the idea of a light-skinned black person playing Black Panther and how upset they got over it.
To be clear, there are two entirely separate issues. What we are currently talking about is racism. What you are talking about is colorism. There is a long history of lighter-skinned black people receiving preferential treatment compared to their darker-skinned counterparts. This is called colorism. In an earlier video...
And we are now going to try and be pedantic about the differences of when we want to be racist to black people and when we want to be racist to black people, but the right kind of black people versus the wrong kind of black people. In my book, colorism and racism are racism. The apparatus in which they are using is the difference maker upon how people are going to operate when it comes to the standards. If you're going to be pedantic, it's going to get used against you. Because you know this. You understand this. You get this. But you don't want to make space for this, because if you made space for it, you'd have to address it. And you don't want to address shit except a fucking Thousand Isles ranch dressing, bro. And that's sad. That's really, really sad. Very sad. Very pathetic. Many such cases.
Video, I spoke about house Negroes versus field Negroes. Often, but not always.
Use the real word.
The house Negroes were the lighter-skinned black people who were treated better than the darker-skinned slaves out in the field. This concept has been passed down throughout American history and is why people get upset when a dark-skinned character gets cast with a lighter-skinned actor. Colorism, or discrimination within an ethnic group. Dark-skinned heroes are already far and few between, especially in relation to white characters, so taking even the small amount of representation those people have is a bad thing. Yes, so these are not the same concepts at all, although they are tangentially related because they are both a form.
They are the exact same thing. The difference is one is within, one is without. Stop faking the funk. One is within, one is without. That is the difference. One is within, one is without. On these definitions, we would never accept this on certain terms, because we know that it is wrong. So why are we playing fast and loose? Stop it. You have a problem. Get help.
Of discrimination.
It's okay when you adapt things from a certain time period, a certain place of the world, for them to reflect that. In fact, they should reflect that. You wouldn't want us race swapping a bunch of shit from some African fucking folklore, would you?
Yes, it would be strange if white people took the folklore of Africa and insert...
Pause. Everybody knows that Egypt is a part of Africa. However, these are what we call slop films. When people make slop films, it can be funny, because even in this slop film, rest in peace, the man in his grave, Chadwick Boseman played Toth, and it was fine, just as much as Davy Jones playing the fucking sun god, Ra. It's actually, no, I can't remember what exactly he was playing. He was playing the one that has to carry on the side chariot and ward off Apophis. Regardless, it was fine, just like this was fine, because the quality of the work denotes of whether or not it's going to be treated like it's a serious period piece or it's a fun action movie. And the webcam is already back to freezing. You are being an asshole. You are being an asshole for no reason. And you know that you're being an asshole for no reason. Because you want to be a dick to everybody you think is a media grifter. And what you're demonstrating is that you're the same level of fucking pretentious jackass as everybody that's part of the Sardonicast film crew. Which means you're just as bad as Your Movie Sucks. You're just as bad as Ralph the Movie Maker. You're just as bad as I Hate Everything. You're just as bad as all of them. Because you are unwilling to understand when you can say, you know what, it doesn't fucking matter. Did you see niggas really getting upset about not being an accurate period piece when the cowboy film Cowboy vs. Aliens came out? No. No, you didn't. So why are we doing this? Oh, I know. It's because you want to have something to talk about. Dumbass.
Converted themselves into properties based on that folklore, wouldn't it? That would be very weird if that ever happened.
Old film, racial time, old film, racial time, old film, racial time, condition it was made under, stop being a dumbass, you understand how this works, stop it, stop it, stop it.
In cinematic history, one might even call that...
You're still doing it. Again, time period, actors, actresses that were in the business, you're just being a dick, you're just being annoying, you're just being retarded.
Hypocritical. But I'm sure white people have never actually portrayed ethnic groups that they don't belong to. That doesn't sound like a thing white people would...
And then you put up blackface. Oh, yes, the time periods of history that we're very ashamed of in which we try to do better. Bro, shut the fuck up. I'm sorry. You have to shut the fuck up. You have to shut the fuck up. You have to shut the fuck up. This is not a point. This is you just being pedantic. Well, I know. I am being pedantic on purpose. He's the one being a hypocrite. Yeah, you're being a fucking... Carl, don't say the slur. You are being an annoying jerk about it. You're being an annoying jerk about it, Birdman. To the point where everybody can hear what it is you're saying, but because of the way you're saying it and how you're acting, and this little fucking quest you're on to try and deplatform people who are not going to give you the time of day, because you've clearly made it a choice that you are never going to address the man, you're always going to make a Mott and Bailey tactic where you can justify antagonizing them and attacking them. Pip, don't say... Pip, stop. Stop. Leave something to people's mystery. You're on this quest, Birdman, where you want to be annoying to every single person in existence. Where you are literally the guy that, well, you see, he's right, but he's being such an asshole about it, I don't want to agree with him. Or rather, we resent him because he wants to make a point out of being an annoying jackass, but then you're being dishonest because you are trying to pick up examples and purposes that come to the reality of, oh, we were living in a time period where unironic racism was happening, and we're going to take clear bigotry and clear racism, and we're going to pick and choose what must be half-hearted racism. An unintentional racism. But I'm going to say that it must be the case because, you see, I put up examples of him saying her name wrong. That means it's bigotry. You have to shut the fuck up, dude. I'm sorry, you have to shut the fuck up. You might have had a argumentative point that would have been hard received, but still correct. But no, you have to shut the fuck up.
Ever do.
Is it a problem in Korean or Japanese media when they're telling stories like this? Well, there ain't enough white people in these stories. There ain't enough black people in these stories. Why is it always these white characters that seem continually to get erased time and time and time again?
You know, it's funny you should bring up Asian media and whether or not white people try inserting themselves there, too.
Meiji Kusanagi is the character in the story as written from Word of God. Yes, women in the past used to double as these races. It used to be a very big problem. And that is why it was something that happened in the past. Stop dragging up the past. Stop bringing up the past that we've long since settled. But you see, I'm making a point. No, you're not. You're just being retarded. No, the Ghost in the Shell live action wasn't hated. It was just disliked by certain fan groups overall, it was commercially and critically well received. At first, people were going to consider it to be critically panned, but then people matured and got over it. There was a stink where people tried to make the same level of meme that he's doing right now happen then, but this would be then people quoted Word of God and said, actually, it doesn't matter. And it doesn't matter. The consensus is not the important part. It's whether or not you liked and you got Ghost in the Shell. Don't use people's glowing opinions in this situation as a barometer, because he will just simply say, well, you see, actually, real critics, and that doesn't fucking matter. Escapism is escapism, bro.
One only needs to head to any topic on the ethnic background of the characters in Naruto to find white people claiming Naruto is white. Uzumaki Naruto, white. It doesn't stop there either. People will claim the character of Goku is also white. You know, the character based on the figure in Chinese mythology, Sun Wukong. Get it? Sun Goku? Sun Wukong? See the staff? See the monkey tail? See how Japanese people pronounce Sun Wukong's name in Japanese? See how that particular kanji is on Goku's back? Yes, white people do this, Ryan.
And we all panned Dragon Ball Evolution because it was dog shit and was nowhere near what Dragon Ball should have been. Not Dragon Ball as Dragon Ball, not Dragon Ball as Dragon Ball Z, not Dragon Ball as Dragon Ball GT or Super or Daima or any of the Dragon Ball films. We all critically panned it and agreed that that was bad. Pedantic.
And a lot of people have obviously weighed in on this. I've seen a lot of nicknames from Helen of Detroit to
That's funny.
The face that launched 1,000 Crips. That one.
That's funny.
Might be my personal favorite.
Yes. Racist jokes that don't even fit the person you're joking about.
That don't belong to him because he didn't make the jokes. He's just repeating what he heard because he is a pundit talking about the things that he heard. Yes, she could be born in Mexico City, Mexico, but guess what? The joke does not matter. Truth does not matter to memes. You should know this.
Lupita was born in Mexico, which is why her first name is Spanish. Lupita. Her family were immigrants to Mexico by way of Kenya. So you're using a racist joke meant to disparage black Americans for a Mexican Kenyan. Isn't it funny how you're okay with Lupita portraying a whole different nationality, but only when it's time to make racist jokes about her?
No, this is called he doesn't know that content. He doesn't know that context. Because he doesn't know that context, this is you trying to get a gotcha. And this is where it falls short. Didn't you know, actually, she has a Spanish first name? She's halfway of being to Latina. You... I got ginger caught in my throat. You are being racist and bigoted, and you don't understand what she is. Please, just stop. Just stop. Just stop. Stop it. Stop in the sentence that you're doing it. Stop. The condescending nature is the reason people don't like you. You getting shit wrong and not owning up to it is another reason people don't like you.
But even Elon Musk got in on this.
Who gives a shit? Let's move on.
It was when we...
Oh, now we have to move on. What? The South African can't make African jokes? Interesting. And you give a shit. You gave a shit because you chose to leave in.
We had seen the first couple trailers for the Odyssey, and a lot of people were talking about how the armor that we're seeing in the trailer for the Odyssey isn't reflective of the time period in which this was written. It would have been bronze armor, would have been different, would have looked different. And I said at the time, those are absolutely valid complaints. Those are valid concerns. Those are valid criticisms about the armor not being in the proper time period. But what I said at the time is that 99% of people probably aren't going to care too much about that because 99% of people will just look at this and be like, okay, that's old armor from ancient times. Got it. You know what most people will understand? That Helen of Troy didn't fucking look like this.
Well, Helen of Troy didn't look like anything because Helen of Troy is a fictional character that didn't exist. I could understand the argument if Helen were a historical figure that was actually flesh and blood, but she wasn't. She's a figure in Greek mythology whose father was Zeus and was born from an egg. The only question anyone needs to be concerned with here is, does Lupita do a good job in the role? If she's actually playing Helen, that is.
Doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out this don't look very fucking great epic to me, right? It's just not going to be a thing. And of course, yes, I know this is a story. You know Helen of Troy's like origination in these fucking stories, in these legends? I'm pretty sure that Zeus raped the Queen of Sparta. The Queen of Sparta laid an egg, and that's what Helen of Troy came out of. Yes, we know these are stories.
Do you? Because you're acting as if the character is a real person that existed when she was a pretend person being played by a person who plays pretend for a living. What's funny about this is Helen is a side character in this story. The Odyssey is the story of Odysseus trying to return home after the Trojan War. That war has been over for 10 years by the time of the events of the Odyssey. Helen appears twice in the Odyssey, almost entirely in the 4th book, when Odysseus' son goes to visit Sparta. This is the scene in the 6-minute IMAX trailer that was shown before Avatar: Fire and Ash, where Menelaus tells the story of the Trojan horse to Odysseus' son, played by Tom Holland. In that trailer, you can see Lupita in the background just kind of being a side character. So, given that there are 24 books in the Odyssey, if she is playing Helen, this is a small part in what will be a pretty big film.
This is actually Chrissy with the original post, Chrissy Mayer. Christopher Nolan already ruined the Odyssey. Casting Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy is absolutely disgusting and goes directly against what was written thousands of years ago. And, of course, you can have all these key descriptions from Homer, Iliad and the Odyssey. White-armed, emphasizing pale, smooth arms. Lovely hair or fair-skinned, indicating beautiful, well-groomed hair. Long robe, long dress, right? No one could blame the Greeks or Trojans for fighting so long over someone who looked so strikingly like an immortal goddess in face/appearance.
So these are things I went over earlier. White-armed is not a description of Helen's skin tone. It's poetic language meant to mean a woman that lives a life of leisure, mainly inside the house. Kalikomos does not mean fair-haired, it means lovely-haired. If the Greeks wanted to refer to someone's hair as blonde, they would use xanthos, as Homer does for Helen's husband. Anyone translating this word to mean blonde is the translator showing their own bias for blonde hair. The idea that a black woman couldn't look like a goddess is a pretty funny idea.
Pause. We are not going to use Aurora Monroe from the X-Men to make an argument, because guess what? If they decide that they go that route to do that thing, they're going to have their own problems in that contingency. Let's focus on a single argument here. He didn't say that she couldn't look like a goddess. He said if they are possibly casting her as Helen of Troy, something that you have already just admitted, yourself in this instance, then it means they're going to have to accept some levels of consistency. And if they don't, well, then they're coping. So either we're playing fast and loose with rules, or we understand what words are. Pick one, only one. Pick one, only one.
The right side of this is using interpretations of the character, which I find deliciously ironic, given these people are upset with Nolan's interpretation of the character. These descriptions are not present in the Iliad or the Odyssey, so these modern retellings are irrelevant when attempting to refer to the source material, which, in any other instance, Ryan would agree. Just ask him how he felt when Harry and Norman Osborn were black in a cartoon. Let's move on.
I mean, the problem here is, again, consistency. Norman Osborn, based on the hairstyle they are using from this particular television show, namely, choosing to use the original hair texture of the Norman Osborn from his comic appearance to then make him black and to then also make Harry black, is them going out of their way to do this for DEI initiative diversity sakes. That is what it is. That is what it is done for. That was the argument that happened then. It was gay then. It is gay now. Stop coping. Stop coping. Stop coping. Stop coping. Hold consistency. Do you think this is good? Do you think it is right? You do, because you're not arguing against it. Again, Mott Bailey. Where's the consistency? Where's the consistency? Aren't you a real comic book fan? Where's the consistency? Well, I can be able to handle this because it's just one interpretation. It's an alternative universe and world. So, it's okay when you like it. Fuck other people. It doesn't matter. Colorism. And racism. And race swapping. Sad.
Move it along.
If this report turns out to be true, then this, I think, is going to be the biggest controversy of the movie. Not the armor not being quite in the right time period, not some of the other questionable castings, a random Travis Scott appearance. Why the fuck is Travis Scott in this? We don't know. I do think that Lupita Nyong'o as Helen of Troy will be the biggest controversy.
Well then, that means the movie will be doing okay, considering Helen of Troy is barely in the Odyssey in the first place. So you're admitting this is a non-controversy. Anyway, there isn't much left to this video other than Ryan whining about John Leguizamo telling Trump supporters to fuck off.
Actor antagonizing the potential opening of a film that they star in by being very, 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 very antagonistically controversial, thus sparking people to possibly not watch the film because he's being a jackass. Yes, that is definitely a smart thing that he should do. So intelligent, so just. You go off, King. Sigh. Tiscuse. Sigh.
Which...
He's out of line, but he's right.
In any case, my position on so-called race swaps is pretty...
Mind you, what John Leguizamo just did here, and what he's doing, he just said he agrees with. Roll that back.
Considering Helen of Troy is barely in the Odyssey in the first place. So you're admitting this is a non-controversy. Anyway, there isn't much left to this video other than Ryan whining about John Leguizamo telling Trump supporters to fuck off. Which...
He's out of line, but he's right.
So antagonizing people who are going to be potential customers for a film that is happening in Hollywood is a smart and justified thing to do. And if you're angry about it, lol, amow, lol, cap amow, lol, amow, lol, amow. So it's not about being consistent, it's about deciding whether or not the right people are watching. You deserve to lose money, you deserve to lose interest, you deserve to lose content. And it will be very funny when it happens. Ugh.
In any case, my position on so-called race swaps is pretty clear. If the character's race isn't integral to that character's characterization, I don't care who portrays the character. When these silly people ask questions like, well, can Ryan Gosling play Black Panther then? They're being intellectually dishonest. T'Challa's...
No, it's not. They're not being intellectually dishonest. They're telling you, can he portray the titular Black Panther? Not a variation from another time period. Not a spin-off character. No, they want him on screen in the 616 universe as T'Challa. That's what they're asking for. They want a South African white man who's the only white man ever inside of Wakanda who is the exact one-to-one of the character portrayed by Chadwick Boseman. They don't want you to do what they did to Rhodey. They want you to do the full fucking Nelson. And you know that's what it is. Mott Bailey, shut the fuck up.
Ethnicity is foundational to his character, specifically created to be black in a time period where black Americans didn't have many heroes to look up to in comic books. Helen of Troy is one of those characters that was created in a time and place where the idea of an immutable racial identity wasn't a thing. Greeks weren't white people at the time Homer created the Iliad because white people as a concept didn't exist.
This right here is what we call cultural exclusionary grouping, also known as a funny little word I kept being accused of in an argument with somebody telling me about something. as cultural bias. Certainly, it's the correct thing to do. The concept of what we call white today was not a concept that used back then. But you are now attempting to play fast and loose with the rules of current year with the rules of yesteryear. And for some reason, nobody else does this except what you want them to do. So consistency's sake here says, I smell bullshit. Simple as.
So yes, you can have an Asian actress playing Helen, or an indigenous actress, or a black actress, and lose literally nothing about the character because the character wasn't specifically made to be white. Or you can cry on the internet about it and go watch Brad Pitt's Troy, where a German woman plays Helen. You know, because Germans and Greeks are the same. Something I'm sure Homer definitely believed.
Just loud and obnoxious. Just loud and obnoxious. It was a black man glazing a black woman. That's as best as I can tell you. Alright. That is through the majority of the solipsism from the bird bitch. Now we move to the solipsism from the other annoying people. First the one that came from 3 months ago, then the one that came from 3 weeks ago, and then the one that comes from 2 months ago. So, exposing Angry Joe and the Act Man's bullshit.
Hey everybody, welcome. We're gonna be responding to and roasting some dumb f***s today. Man, oh man, do we have a lot of stupid crap to go over. A lot of crash outs, a lot of meltdowns, and most of all, a lot of disingenuousness. Sorry about the blunt start, but no intro today, it'll be easier this way. So it all started right here.
I mean, the thing about it is that when you think about it, Boster, he was bragging about this on his content, right? He was bragging about this when he was talking about the supposed nobody who is A-logging his content to demonstrate all the times that he likes spurging out against the people he considers media grifters. He claims he does what he does because the more he convinces people, the more he sways over and steals the audience of the media grifters. Namely, Will Jordan. I can't stop saying it the way that he says it because it's so fucking retarded. The Critical Drinker. Mahler, the Critical Drinker, as heel versus babyface. Pretty much the entirety of the Fandom Menace. And anybody who's associated with Friday Night Tights. Or was associated with Friday Night Tights. Basically, anybody who works with Mahler, anybody who works with the Critical Drinker. Period. He can only win people over on the level of an antagonistic and rude midwit. People without strong arguments and strong personalities will be bought over by his argumentation. He's never going to have a conversation with people he considers to be media grifters because he's a size queen. He wants to attack the big fish so he can try to monetize the big fish. He does not want to be monetized by a lower fish because he knows he would lose audience. Because hungrier, funnier, more sarcastic, more mean creators like me would steal from him. Because the fact of the matter at the end of the day is that escapism is escapism. If we're going to make this argument that all these people are bigoted, racist, evil Nazis that you should only be discounting and leaving and you should go to follow him, why? Make up reasons and arguments as to why. If you can't, we're not doing it.
Here with this meme from Homeland Security, where they got this image of Halo with the caption, "Destroy the Flood," with a link to their recruitment page or whatever for ICE. The post was also captioned with another quote from Halo referencing finishing the fight. Now guys, whether you like Orange Man or not, doesn't even really matter here. Hell,
it was a funny-ass post, and it was hilarious.
Most people watching this damn video aren't even going to be Americans to whom this would directly matter. Homeland and other pages linked to the current administration have been doing this for a while now, where they take trending things that are going on and use them in a humorous way for stuff like this, often including currently trending things like South Park and of course Halo over the past few days because of the reveal of the new remake. Hell, sometimes even the president himself posts stupid AI videos clowning on people like Harry Sisson, a left-wing commentator, or that other whole thing with the sombrero hats that went down a couple of weeks ago during the government shutdown. And every time this happens, of course, a bunch of people get mad. They go off and moan and scream online, then something else happens, and they go moan and scream him online about that other thing, so on, so forth. But this time, it directly involved gaming, and the meltdowns over this page using Halo have been glorious. But more than glorious, they've also been incredibly hypocritical and exposed the shit out of some major content creators who like to pretend as if this has always been about keeping politics out of games, while having been quiet for years, as politics that they agree with or that weren't popular for them to speak against literally infested various studios in the games industry. Studios, not random people or pages using memes. Ironically, including the very studio making Halo. So far, all of these years, with all of these examples shoving actual political agendas into studios and games, has been a-okay. But a social media manager that has no power over the games themselves, using a picture of a video game is bad? Okay then, well, let's just get in there and have some fun with these morons and completely shit on this fake narrative that they're pushing. If you already know the context, I promise I will not take too long showing the post, but as always, there's timestamps for you guys to skip around if you want to, although in this section here, I am going to be directly calling out something, so it's not just going to be showing you guys the posts. So let's just get in there. So, your two main suspects I'd like to highlight in this video before we get to another section including other retards who are trying to misconstrue this whole situation, which we will 100% not let slide, are the Angry Joe and the X-Man. Though to be honest, Angry Joe takes the cake and the cherry on this one, I'm not gonna lie fellas. This dude has been going on a multi-day meltdown over this, and honestly, it's a crash out that's been ongoing for even longer. Every other week for the past few months, Angry Joe crashes out about politics on his Twitter page.
What? We're flying to Philadelphia! Oh, hell no! Oh, hell no! No!
I just never made a video about it because the main thing I care about is video games and the industry that makes them. Angry Joe's personal politics don't really concern me. And as far as that goes, Angry Joe's hypocrisy has never been quite so clear as it is right now. The other occasions is just over boring policies and PDS nonsense that isn't even real, but he thinks it is, like a boomer on Facebook. It's honestly kind of sad to see a content creator that I loved and respected so much, that provided me with so many hours of pure fun via his reviews throughout the last decade, end up looking like this. So unhinged, so out of touch. It's like seeing an old man going senile in real time. The Act-Man's case is similar but different. It's more of a continuation of his bullshit act of not caring about politics and gaming, of claiming that he just wants them out of video games and video game discourse, but only ever calling out one side of it, and always ignoring the people and businesses that are actually doing it. Actual activists in the industry and companies chasing policies and initiatives that inject politics into their studio structure, mission statements, and content for financial gains, that he doesn't care about. But if he catches you calling it out or saying the word woke, or in this case, Republicans taking and using a picture of Halo, then that's a problem for him. You crossed the line, and he's mad now.
Now, I'm really mad.
Here's the Angry Joe's Melty Melt side by side with the Act-Man's post on the matter. As you can see, Joe is full on crashing out. I can't even do it justice by reading it myself. Like, I don't have the energy this early in the morning to read this.
Fuck ICE and fuck Donald Trump. Get the fuck out of here with using Halo for your shitty humanity police state propaganda. Nobody thinks your shit is cool besides low IQ her MAGA cult members on X, half of which are bots. Ooh. No one thinks you're blah, 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 MAGA cult members on X, period, half of which are bots, period. Y'all gonna find out soon in the next election, American flag. Only deportation I want to see is the guy who runs this account.
With the rage and desperation that Angry Joe put into it. The X-Man, on the other hand, just said, only deportation I want to see is the guy who runs this account. Now, more than this happened, and I just want to go over it quickly before we start calling the bullshit out, just for context though, and just in case, because I am aching to cut loose on these clowns, but context is important, otherwise people are missing part of the story. So for Angry Joe, based on his crash out, his position is that this is a disgusting use of Halo for propaganda of a police state, and only MAGA cultists on X like to see it. Also, they're all cultists, and half of them are actually bots, and they're about to find out in the next election. Oh boy. Oh boy, again, this guy, he's completely detached from reality. Dude is so mad that he isn't even making sense. He's been crashing out for over a day now, and he's been getting cooked and baited by people in his comment sections, and he can't even see it. I do find his interactions with Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers hilarious though. Here he is begging Jeremy to please give him his best Trump muscle meme. Because he is so ideologically captured into the MAGA cult that he has loads of them on his folders. And this, fellas, has history in it. Because every time I see Angry Joe crash out on X over the Orange Man, Jeremy is always there, and he either replies with a put down, or he drops a Trump or Vance meme that often ratio Joe's posts. It's clear to see the psychological horror that Jeremy represents in Joe's head by now, from how many times this has happened. Like, the man has left a mark on Joe's psyche. Joe's mind is scarred from this shit. Bro has PTSD of all the memes he has been attacked with from Jeremy. And I'm all for it. On the X-Man side, some funny stuff happened too. So some people clowned on his initial statement, such as for instance George Alexopoulos, a pretty known cartoonist. He said that the X-Man's take sounded like something a Flood sympathizer would say. And he responded with, well, what if the Flood were just misunderstood? They are the next stage in human evolution. Make us whole again. Now to me, this was obvious sarcasm because that's like 80% of what he uses his X account for. Pure shitposting except when he's attacking people for calling out ideological sludge in video games. But to other people out there, a lot of them took him seriously and even started retweeting it, laughing at how leftists constantly subvert good and evil to the point of like, sympathizing with alien insects and parasites from Halo. And to be fair to them, this is something that is constant in those circles. Like, you go to Hassan's chat right now and what you got in there are people who fully support terrorism and political violence. Some of them left because of the dog shocking thing, which is still bad, because it's like, really? This is what finally got them to see the asshole for what he is? But many others still remain, and they're fully on board with all of it. And like, you take a walk down Blue Sky Boulevard, and this is the kind of thing that you'll find. Subversions and deconstructions of reality, history, and morality, and justifications for the most vile shit that you can see. So I understand people thinking that he was being serious if they don't know him, but I know him. I watched this guy a long time. He's a sarcastic fuck, and that's what that was. An unserious jest that, once again, gets him out of the conversation that he still, to this day, refuses to engage in seriously with serious people, but we'll get more into this in just a minute. What wasn't an unserious jest, though, was him sharing this post from a Halo dev and calling him based for his take, which essentially comes down to this. Halo is a cultural icon, and like anything with cultural capital, it is going to be used by politicians and brands and anyone else looking for relevancy. Usually, I take it as a compliment to Halo's continued legacy. However, using Halo imagery in a call to destroy people because of their immigration status goes too far and ought to offend every Halo fan, regardless of political orientation. Personally, I find it despicable. The Flood are evil space zombie parasites and are not an allegory to any group of people. Even though this isn't a transition, I'm going to be leaving a timestamp here because it's going to be very important to deconstruct this.
So the argument there is that that's just not true. There's a term going around referring to Trump supporters that are part of the MAGA movement called maggots. MAGATS. Apparently my caps lock is on. There we go. The idea is they're brain dead, and therefore they don't have the ability to have arguments. You want people to no longer be a part of the flood of misinformation. Ergo, all those people are basically brain dead zombies and or carrion feeders. You really, 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 really don't want to go there because you guys have been doing it for a while. But let's see what they do.
It's just caked in BS. So in other words, all of this nonsense just means that Orange Man administration using Halo picture is bad because Halo does not support or stand for Orange Man's politics. But I didn't see this guy call out when Halo was being used to push pride nonsense, which has been sadly co-opted and associated to far more than its simple and understandable roots of gay marriage. The pride flag and all that comes with it is now associated to harmful gender ideologies that even left-wing people and random, regular, everyday, gay or bisexual people are now detaching themselves from. Even some trans people are detaching themselves from this now. That's how bad this has gotten. But usually there's a cope and a moving of the goalpost that it comes associated with this, which moves it from, hey, I thought you guys didn't want politics in video games, to, well, actually, politics are fine so long as they are a positive and colorful thing such as pride, and what Homeland is using it for is negative and dehumanizing. But first of all, negative and dehumanizing to who? People seem to forget that Trump ran on this and the majority voted for him. If people climb out of their unrealistic cope-fueled echo chambers online, they would learn that no matter what country they go to, illegal immigration is something that is negatively viewed and against the law. Also, have people like this checked in with folks who were negatively impacted by illegal immigration in some way or another, including matters to do with crime? I don't think they would find this to be so negative and dehumanizing. Have they checked in with immigrants that are in America legally that went through the legal process? I think it's very disingenuous and just close-minded to think that everyone is looking at this, which is usually what they see on the news of ICE being rude or being rash, and think that it's a bad and negative thing, and it should just stop completely outright and just allow illegals to roam freely. A lot of people fail to understand that the reason why ICE is the way it is, the reason why some footage comes out with things happening in such a brash and optically negative way, is because of how bad things have gotten with the previous administrations, which allowed this problem to fester and become worse and worse and worse to the point where a solution is not going to be optically perfect. It's like if you have a wound on a limb of yours, like your arm or something, and you treat it immediately and you treat it well, it's going to be fine. But if it gets an infection, you might have to chop the whole arm off. However, this leftoid way of seeing things, which is like, just let the wound be, let the wound fester, let the arm rot away, right? So, you know, just eliminate deportation entirely, eliminate control over the border entirely because nobody is illegal, is delusional. Nobody operates this way. You go to any country on the goddamn planet, 99% of them are going to have borders and laws to enforce them. But honestly, I just went...
They don't believe that, though. That's the point. Nobody is illegal on stolen land is actually a call for the death of a country. Because guess what? You can have a very big and culturally diverse system inside the corpse of a rotten tree log, right? You can find crawlies, you can find mushrooms, you can find the spruce and twigs and saplings of new grown trees that are getting snuffed out in the fact that they don't have enough room to breathe. You find all of those things, pathogens, germs, biochemical waste. All these things live inside of the dead body of normal compost. Is the exact same thing. They don't see it as a problem. Because when they move in, they don't assimilate to the culture of the country, which is to say they don't assimilate to the culturing of the body. They kill the thing that they're a host inside of, and then they spread to do the exact same thing somewhere else. That is exactly what happens with this idea. And it's all just feel-good stuff. Mind you, legal citizens are not the same thing as illegals. If somebody claims that somebody is an illegal, but they're actually a legal citizen, that is a person who clearly wants to just antagonize people that they don't like. But we know that that's not the case most places are talking about. Much like Bird Brain, there are people that will pick and choose how they wish to attack people. And that's how the Halo devs are speaking here. Or that Halo dev is speaking here.
On a tangent for no reason, because honestly none of this matters. All of this discourse about all of this nonsense is useless. It's fake. It's based in lies. Because at the end of the day, Homeland Security is not Halo Studios. What Homeland Security posts has no bearing on the games themselves, but the Pride stuff is a Halo Studios and Xbox injection, and so I could give a fuck about what Homeland is doing. This is not politics in games, it's a page using a cultural icon as a meme. Politics in games is what Xbox and Halo Studios have been doing. This is like if you see those artists at DeviantArt posting, I don't know, furry Halo art. Do you see anybody blowing gaskets over it? Do you see an uprising of retards complaining about art that they don't like? No, because it's
Well, you see, that depends. If you go in the circles that I'm in, which is to say, you sit in the room with a bunch of people from DevCord, you can find people making arguments about it, but they're not taking it seriously as though it's a sin on the blight of art. Except maybe one person. No, they're going to be making fun of it and comparing it to other things, and inflation art's going to come up, and then they're really off to the wacky races.
It doesn't matter what furries or whatever draw or use as their profile pictures. They're not the goddamn developers of the game putting stuff into the game. Fair enough. To dive a little deeper and go with his argument, I find this to be totally disingenuous. There is no call to destroy anyone. It's using it as a quote, and it's a meme. Half of Trump's voter base isn't even going to see this, and a chunk of the other half won't even know what the hell this is because they're neither gamers, developers, or terminally online. To pretend as if this meme is anything more than a meme, and to have the gall to say that any fan should be offended at this is ridiculous, and I'm sick of hearing about it. I'm so tired of overly sensitive and out-of-touch game developers telling me what should and shouldn't offend me in a video game, what language I can and can't use, what kinds of plots and graphic representations are or aren't too far in our game stories, what kind of dialogue a character can and can't have, what kind of character designs are and aren't offensive or problematic. This post by Homeland Security was a gamer bro post. Gamer bros aren't sensitive hoes getting butthurt at everything, much by the contrary. This narrative is the same kind of shit that had Bungie remove the proximity chat from Marathon. They're literally taking that feature away from an online shooter because they want the game to be a safe space, and so, oh no, we can't let people talk. Someone might say something hurtful. Like, get out of here with this nonsense of what ought or ought not make me offended. I'm tired of this shit. If you're offended by this, if you personally find it despicable, congratulations. Here's your pussy award. Now shut up about how this is anywhere at all relatable to the politicization of video games, which happens from inside of the studios, not who posts images of games, or how this is in any way representative of incitement. Who will legitimately look at this and see it as an actual piece that is being used to call for destroying people? Or a legit comparison to insect parasites? Like, are you serious? How much of a schizoid do you have to be to imagine things at this level? And why is it that whenever these things happen, where we have a picture, or we have a video, or we have a line of dialogue on something old, or we have a joke that a comedian did like 10 years ago on Twitter or whatever, the offended people who expect or outright demand others to be offended at it as well always go into delusional hyperbolic exaggerations of what's actually there. I'm tired of people telling me to see something that is not there. I'm tired of this, brother. Take your virtue signal nonsense elsewhere. I'm fatigued of this, as they say. It doesn't work anymore. If anything, it has the opposite intended effect, straight up out of spite. It's just over. Get over it. Now, before I go off on another tangent, let's refocus. That covers the relevant posts. Now let's talk about the hypocrisy. So my question for our boys here, who seem to be incredibly against this politicization of video games, is, where have they been? And to be fair, it isn't even just them, of course. They're just two very prominent and very public examples of a general problem over the past couple of days. Of people, some of whom are content creators, others are developers, others are journalists, others are randoms online, etc., only calling out politics in video games and the problem of them being in it, now using this false example as something palpable when it's not. We'll get to how bullshit this is in the first place, but before that, I just want to know, where have they been over the past 4 to 5 years? Hell,
under a rock!
Has actual political rot infiltrated the games and entertainment industry in general through activism positions in the industry, and even through actual systems. Like, it's an actual system now where you are financially rewarded for digging into politics, just not on the right side. Among other more visible things like cultural and sensitivity consultants on the side, like Sweet Baby Inc. and many more, where grants and financial benefits were being offered to employ DEI quotas, metrics, and much more, which actually impacted the environment in the studios, their hiring processes, and ultimately, as a result of all that, the content that they shit out.
So, I'm non-binary.
Holy fuck!
which is a whole other issue where instead of it being a direct item that you can point to and be like, hey, what's this then? Like this list from Microsoft, which we'll get into in a bit, it's instead an indirect issue of what happens to your studios in the long term when you start deprioritizing game development and just the idea of wanting to make banger games, and instead prioritize making sure that the games are a tool for putting out the right social political messages, which is something that these studios are doing in these big AAA companies because of them devoting themselves to social impact or social responsibility, which they make clear on their websites with quotes like these. Video game studios should never dedicate themselves to shit like this. They should dedicate themselves to making the best goddamn games that they can make. All this does is muddy the waters and invite activism. But for all this and so much more, they've been quiet. Oh, every now and then they'd review a bad movie affected by this or a bad game like Veilguard, but they never uttered a peep about the shit going on in the background. And whenever they saw someone do so and bring these issues up, their response was to try and demean them, humiliate them, mischaracterize them, or insult them, or a mix of all four. Many such cases between Joe and Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers, and for the Axeman, there's the infamous case of Az from Heel vs. Babyface, or as others may know him as,
yes, sir,
Starfield pronouns guy. Oh,
yes, sir.
And they would dip their toes in the pool too, maybe address part of the issue, but in a one-sided manner, like when the Axeman made this video mocking some retarded list that called tons of games woke. There's no telling who made the list itself. There was no real discussion either with actual people who are in this sort of realm criticizing these kinds of things. People who would immediately disavow much of the garbage that was on that list. Seriously, it was so...
The list which was bait. Because it wasn't the British Rambo list, it was the other list, where they started listing the political affiliations of the supposed groups and games that it was coming from, as obvious bait to see who would jump on top of it. And like a fucking paddy wagon, he comes up and does exactly what they fucking want him to. Thus legitimizing, or in this case delegitimizing, the arguments other people could have had by proxy.
So bad that it looked like it was made on purpose to be a psyop. Only person he ever had a discussion with, to my knowledge, was Andy Pants, and, well, one look through my channel and you know my own issues with the guy's videos. His lack of research and earnest discussion about this topic, which is an actually serious and complex one, you know, this isn't just surface, this game is woke bullshit, was apparent during their debate, and it resulted in it being a total shit show where the Axeman didn't really have to engage in actual conversation about facts. It was just a put-down ending with exposing Andy Pants for old YouTube channels where he contradicted himself. So honestly, there's really nothing there as far as real engagement with the arguments and issues at hand, and one might have thought that once upon a time that it's normal, you know, it's because of lack of context, or lack of receipts, or lack of information, or things being too hidden, you know, but by now, as we near the end of 2025, anyone in the space, like Angry Joe or Axeman, have had more than enough time to research this shit and have conversations with other creators, even if in private, to lay down these things and catch up to what exactly is true, what exactly is contested and requires some nuance, or what exactly is just hyperbolic bullshit, which in the Axeman's case would have been the majority of that woke list that he spent like 20 minutes or more going over to misrepresent the nature of ideological influence in video games to his entire fucking audience, part of which are just as uninformed as he is, and the other part of which would eat him alive if he said the wrong opinion. Honestly, that's probably why he doesn't even acknowledge Sweet Baby Inc. anymore. He acknowledged it once, was disgusted by what he had learned, that they are essentially hired in order to raise a company's ESG score so that they can score financial benefits, right? So he was disgusted by it. Then he got called out on it because of demonizing a guy who was right about what's going on in the industry, and he never touched back on it again. And even more so with Angry Joe, because this guy, unlike the X-Men, even reviews movies and TV shows where this stuff that is happening in the games industry is even more pronounced in. Hollywood is a cesspit of this shit. It's out in the open. You don't even need to go and Google what Sweet Baby Inc. is and then get a bunch of articles from game journalists lying about what they are. Hollywood keeps it all out in the open. Disney is a figurehead of it. Yet this will blow a gasket over Republicans using Halo imagery as a meme, but won't make a peep about how ideological bullshit has turned some of his favorite franchises, like Star Wars and Marvel, into dog shit. And where were these guys all these years in the fight against politics and agendas, screwing up games and franchises and media, etc.?
They were making money off of it. That's the short answer. The long answer was, he specifically, the Actaman, was busy getting antagonized by Quantum TV over his review that he made about Elden Ring, and that entire drama that then brought people over to his side, where he then started sanitizing for left-wing audience members, was him saying, look, I'm being attacked by a guy. I should be able to make fun of this. YouTube censored me. They took my video down saying I'm harassing him. Internet help! That's where he was. Some people would say coalition building. I use the word solidifying. He was solidifying his audience base and being a pedantic jackass from Reddit while doing it. In words, I'm talking about them in words. I'm talking about them in words. Talking about them in words. Them in words.
Anecdotally speaking, let's just go through the last year or so. You know, where were they when game journalists weaponized politics and their very own official games media outlets against Black Myth Wukong, telling lies about the studio, mistranslating quotes, lying about there not being any women in the game, and the game being toxic and amassing a right-wing fanbase simply because the game, a game set in Chinese mythology, didn't feature any black, brown, or gay people. An IGN moron went as far as to tell people to boycott the game or pirate it. Where were they when the same thing happened with Veilguard? Again, their reviews eventually came when the fire had died down, but when talking about the issues in the game, they never get to the actual core of it. Their arguments are basically, oh, game bad because game bad, you know, bad writing because bad writing, bad...
Yes! Yes! Yes, Dezumbro, yes! Yes, exactly! Yes, money and Jews! Every single bit of the dumbass words coming out of the mouth of people like... coming out of the mouth of people like Irrelevant. Yes, money and Jews. Isn't it just that they made a bad game because they made a bad game? But why did they make a bad game? Yes!
story because bad story, etc. Not even a minimal amount of effort to tackle precisely what caused it to happen and try to advocate for the same thing to please not happen again with Mass Effect. Not one effort to try and battle the blatant misinformation going on online spread by game journalists attempting to lie about the sales numbers of the game to pass on another false narrative about how the political rot that birthed Veilguard into the world is actually a good and popular thing. You know what's the surefire way to make sure that the next Mass Effect game ends up as fucked up as Dragon Age Veilguard? This is how, with game journalists bullshitting the world into believing that the garbage in Veilguard was good and popular. But nah, they ain't got time for that. The only thing they've got time for is to call out people shining a light on the goddamn truth and trying to prevent this issue from happening. Where were they when months ago, Nexus Mods kept banning mods from their website? It's funny because one of them was a mod making Orange Man the Captain America in Marvel Rivals. This was banned while the mod with Biden had already been there since before and was allowed to stay even after this happened. It only got removed after a bunch of backlash came their way. But guys, I thought politics were bad in video games. How can it be that Orange Man Cap is in the front to humanity, or in this case, Orange Man John Halo, but Biden isn't? Man, ain't it weird how that happens? Isn't it weird how these people never talk about this stuff? It's not even Act-Man and Angry Joe. Like, I understand why they wouldn't make videos about Nexus mods. But isn't it weird how all of these other people complaining right now had nothing to say then? But anyway, where were they when the political activists tried and still keep trying to change what is and isn't appropriate in female character design? Where were they when Microsoft released this picture here of various politically driven creative restrictions, some of which include stuff about female character design and diversity quotas? Why didn't they call this out? It's literally creative restrictions, and it affects the very studio that is making the game that they just spazzed out about. You know, both of them love to catalog the absolute decay of Xbox lately with all of those abysmal decisions that they're making. Why don't they bring this side of it up? I mean, don't get me wrong, price hikes and ridiculous directions where they want to compete with TikTok now instead of PlayStation is ridiculous, but I believe that as long as the games are ass, they're always going to struggle with everything. They'll struggle selling consoles because they want to go multi-platform. It's basically a battle they already quit out of, but they'll struggle with base game sales and Game Pass subscriptions too, because if their output is overpriced shit that is going to be influenced by those creative restrictions, then people won't want it. Hell, I can't even think about how terribly shitty the Gears and Halo franchises would become if the gold standard of game developers that they want working on them are activists who push the shit that's on this list. Anyway, let's keep going. Where were they when one of the directors at Obsidian lost his mind online and outright expressed hatred towards Republican voters, and how they are not welcome in playing their games at all, and that people like them are what drive them to crank it on ideological content in their games? Fellas, I thought bringing politics into gaming was bad. What happened? Where were they? Were they asleep? Were they hiding in the closet? Or did it just not matter when it's right-wingers and centrists getting bullied, insulted, and cast out from the hobby? Gee, I wonder what the answer is here. But anyway, that's fine. Where were they when the whole US hate thing came out, exposing payouts to game journalists to smear the original Gamergate movement, to lie about them and demonize them to the wider audience, to shift the conversation from what it was supposed to be to some other victim bullshit? Where were they when Redditors and game journalists piled...
I can tell you where they were. They were on Reddit. They were cheering it on. They were in the Discord calls, cheering it on. They were in the back of the room, cheering it on, because they were all for it. Because they agreed with it. That's the short answer. Because they agreed with it. They were in the back, cheering it from the back, making sure nobody saw them, because if somebody would have saw them, then it would have been a problem.
On the CEO of CI Games, the developers of Lords of the Fallen, banned him and his developers from their own game subreddit for making respectful polls about what their player base wanted in their games rather than what Big Daddy industry demanded them to shove into for financial boons. They banned them, demonized them, called them fascists simply because they didn't like the fact that in a democratic vote that everyone could participate, their ideas lost by a landslide. One of the things they voted for, by the way, was whether players wanted to have the character creator say body type A and B or male and female. This is also something that's become politicized. Square Enix forced developers in Japan, the original developers of the Dragon Quest games, to put in body type instead of male and female and a bunch of other changes for political reasons.
And it didn't even matter, and then they tried to scour the sites doing it, they tried to scour the fucking devs talking about it in the interview, and it didn't even matter in the long run, because Armor was still scored by male and female choices, which means it was completely superfluous. 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 Superfluous, pedantic, pathetic, retarded. Many words. Many words. Many words. I can use many words. Many examples. Lots of cringe. Very stupid. Very gay. Not exactly irrespectable. Not a smart thing to do.
Now I ask once again, where the f were they when this happened? They don't want politics in video games? Guess what, brother? Me neither. Why haven't you talked about this? Where were you? Where were you when games media was lying about Assassin's Creed Shadows criticism and sales as well, and labeling everyone who disagreed as a racist or a far-right person? Did he say anything about the new lies told by the games media to cover for Veilguard's failure after they finally had to admit that it did indeed fail? Where were they at the face of the blatant shameless admission from Gamescom and wanting to make games more political, a sentiment echoed by developers who frequent and give presentations at the Game Developers Conference? Presentations like this, which very clearly and explicitly state that they want to make games political because everything is political, or presentations of other similar nonsense, which is often hosted by major studios in the industry that include Microsoft, Sony, EA, Ubisoft, etc. Literal giants of the games industry. Listen, fellas, I don't want to be overly edgy and offensive in this video because despite my fire when I talk about these very toxic things, I do wish that I could extend an olive branch for at least an acknowledgement of truth, but how can I not see this and just call them fake fucks or dumbasses when there is no more—
Exactly. No arguments. I'm just calling you a slur and I'm ignoring you. There's no reason to have a conversation. You don't want a conversation. You wanted a conversation, be honest. I think you don't want honesty. So what's the point? Other than to be more whole and more complete about how we choose to address it. There's certainly an argument there, but like, is it worth it? Like, really, really worth it? No, probably not. Not by the levels of how it needs to be consistent, at least.
more clear example of politics in games than game developers, activists, and studios in AAA hosting and pushing activism presentations advocating for and teaching other developers on how to fucking make their games political. In major stages no less, such as here in GDC or over at Gamescom, where this year they gave the spotlight to a project partially funded by Microsoft that aims at subverting the reality of illegal immigration by softly painting over it, obfuscating the harsh truth of what coyotes are, and making you play as one of them. It's a game that literally paints human traffickers as victims. This just happened right now in August. Where are their videos calling this out? And saying that we should push this kind of stuff out of gaming. Oh, I'm sure they'd say anyone is free to make whatever game they want. It's not a disagreeable position at all. I agree with this. I mean, just look at what gets published on Steam. Everyone can post whatever the hell they want. I mean, publish whatever the hell they want. But this isn't just, oh look, someone made a game they wanted to make. This is a heavily political project being given a spotlight at Gamescom where it isn't even just a trailer. It was a goddamn PowerPoint presentation where no trailer was even played. It was just a propaganda lesson for a game funded by political institutions plus partially funded by Microsoft. And of course, Gamescom is in on it too because again, here we go with a quote where the asshats in charge want gaming to be more political because children play video games. And that's how you get them. Where were all these soy fucks crying about a Halo meme back then? Where were they when Sweet Baby Inc. also made their triumphant return by waging war on cozy games in a totally mask-off presentation that is literally nothing except politics? Nothing except demonizing core game mechanics of cozy games as inherently bad because they enforce capitalism, colonialism, and the patriarchy. I'm not kidding, guys. This is real. I have a separate video. It's this one here. Link will be in the description and top comment. I recommend it if you want to laugh at some brain.
Man, that was really funny. Ah, yes, Kimbalair. Because you don't like the mechanics of cozy games, you need to make them an indictment of the entire genre. That definitely won't blow up in your face later, when all those cozy game players effectively look at you like you're a retard.
Rot. I'm not kidding, these morons really use these words to demonize the concept of satisfying progression in those games, such as planting crops, harvesting them, and then being rewarded with money and experience for selling them. Because the very concept of earning something through work is in itself bad to them. Boys, this happened. This is their words, not mine. Again, for the 50th time, where were these guys to call this out? If they are so concerned about politics in video games, why aren't they calling out the politics in the video games? Fake-ass clowns, all of them. If it was up to them and their hypocrisy, if we were all cucked out and not saying anything about any of this, Sweet Baby Inc. and other groups like them would have even more power in the games industry than they already do, despite getting clowned on and exposed time and time again.
Yep, it was be there you need a Sarkeesian connection. If they just asked more politely and they said, we'll give you a free treat if you get on your knees and give us power, people like Just Some Guy and Chris Raygun would have bent the knee a lot sooner. No lazy green vagina required. What it is, 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 what it is. What it is, 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 what it is. Which is irony when you really, 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 really think about it. I'm gonna wire this one.
And all of these aren't even everything, by the way. These are just the things that I covered the past year. So frankly, the last thing I want to hear from either of these two, or anyone else of all of these morons out here crashing out, melting down over John Halo the Orange Man, or random memes, is all this whinging about politics in games. You don't want to call it out, don't call it out. You don't want to talk about it, don't talk about it. You're not forced to do so. But then do us all the favor of not being hypocrites by only sawing out about it when it's related to Republicans. It's embarrassing, honestly. Like, we're about to get into this in the next point, but name one thing, one studio in AAA that is influenced by actual right-wing ideologies and politics and shoves that shit into their games. Name one. Initially, this part now was going to be structured differently, where I would talk about and give the examples of the stuff that I just went over, but it's fine. Just means that this will be a shorter part before continuing the reality of the situation, where I put down my torches and I give you guys the middle ground. But I wanted to highlight this anyway because it's just everywhere, man. It's implied by the two bingo bongos we just covered, it's disguised by the previous game developer, and it's free-flowing all over social media, which is this specific narrative of this being equivalent to what people like myself have been calling out about keeping politics out of games. Over here we have a dumbass from Rooster Teeth saying, "Oh, you know who loves this? The same dumb fucks who said to keep politics out of gaming for the last 8 years. It's very cute, but in reality, all this dude did with this post was expose himself as the chief dumb fuck because of all the examples I just gave you guys. Oh, and by the way, he was retweeting a picture posted by GameStop of Trump shaking the Master Chief's hand. So I guess, you know, Republicans, if you guys voted Republican or whatever, and you want to use an AI image of Halo, you can't. You can't do it. You can't make memes, guys. Your memes need to be a blank image with nothing in it. Anything you put in it that resembles anything at all from pop culture is forbidden. You shouldn't even be able to write anything on your memes because, as you know, when you write something, you're using a font, and whoever made that font is therefore supporting political agendas of right-wing ideology. Again, man, these people are melting down, they're crashing out over this, and it's the most hilarious thing I've ever seen. They're legitimately losing their composure over AI pictures of Orange Man with Master Chief, or Orange Man as Master Chief, or the meme from the Homeland Security page. And as much as I love to laugh about it because of how ridiculous it is, there's something inherently disgusting about this. Actually, two things. First, it's the hypocrisy, 100%, and this disingenuous framing of things where they equate random people making pictures with actual politics being pushed via agendas by the makers of the games themselves. But second, and worse, is the fact that these people truly believe that they own these franchises. They truly believe that this shit belongs to them and them only. They're not mad that these things are political, which they have been, because they made it from their side to push their things. They're just mad that other people on other political spectrums are using it. And the funny thing is that this isn't even being used equally. Like, equality here would be if Microsoft fired all the retards working there and hired, like, Matt Walsh to direct the future of the Halo franchise. Or if far-right groups made their own narrative consulting companies.
But if they did, then it would be allowed to. Because realistically, the problem isn't that the narrative company exists. It's that they're tying their names to big name franchises, and they're antagonizing everyone, saying, "You don't know what they do. It's complete mystery." When we know for a fact that what they're doing behind the scenes, as they're admitting in their own fucking interviews, is bullying the company. Oh, I'm gonna shit so bad later. Ginger. It's gonna be a whole thing. It's gonna be a whole fucking thing that you cannot undo. Yes, I do mean some black guy. It's gonna be a whole thing that you can't undo. Because it's gonna metastasize itself as, you guys just want this put on the right wing. And it's like, if they had that, they would actually work with that, yes. But it's not the right wing. It's far right. The Wignats don't give a shit. And you can't use them as a linchpin to antagonize other people. Because that's not accurate either. It's not real and it's not accurate, but... Beholden, 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 beholden.
And Microsoft hired them along to come and work on their games. Instead of the little Pride cosmetic outfits for the Halo Spartans, the cosmetics would instead be MAGA hats. But anyway, I'm getting off topic, sorry. It's just so incredibly annoying to see these entitled tourists.
It wouldn't be a MAGA hat, it'd be a black sun. If it was supposed Wignats, it'd be a black sun. Black sun, Agartha memes, Yakubian tramp stamps, etc.
who genuinely believe that they own these franchises. They've been so comfortable, so used to excommunicating anyone from their circles, their jobs, or even from social media via the cancel culture, anyone at all who even leaves ever so slightly to the right, that they don't know what to do as they see their bullshit being pushed against with a culture shift. So they rage out online over pictures of Master Chief, showing how ugly they are, how they represent everything that they've ever been against, because for the life of me, I never saw people on the right weaponizing their politics to cast out anyone from random hobbies. Say what you will, but I never saw a right-wing game developer making content for games that deliberately insulted and ostracized an entire demographic of people. Like, holy hell, dude. Like, this is hundreds of millions of people that someone...
Demographics, plural.
Like that asshole from Obsidian was pushing against. It's people who are either right-wing, center-right, or center, or even liberals, who are just not all the way cooked in the head, pushing far-left stuff, making content just to deliberately piss them off and then going on social media to shun them, no matter what comes. This is something they will never shake off, something I will never forget. Like, what is this garbage? If you're a conservative or a liberal or a moderate who happen to vote Republican because of seeing issues with the Democrat Party, then you can't be a fan of Halo and make fan art of it. You can't play their games because, oh no, you voted for the other guy. And in extreme cases, these companies can't even do partnerships with you or sponsorships for the same reason. The ideal world here, for them, is one where only they are right, only they are good, and everyone else is to be shunned and ostracized, locked in their homes, pushed into a corner, and shamed, or worse, harmed because they didn't bend to this one side's rules. They won't ever live this shit down. They injected themselves in a medium that was free and open to all who would buy a console or a PC to game. And they were the ones who introduced true hatred, true division, and actual politics into the fucking space. And shame on these content creators, shills, for failing to call it out for nearly a decade of this nonsense.
But money. It gets in the way of the money.
Alright, now let's dial it back down and finish this off with a touch of reality and what is my actual take on this, regardless of what other people have been saying in their comment sections. The main thing that has always bothered me and got me to start making videos in the first place was how, even though I'm from Europe, I was subjected to have my favorite pieces of media hijacked by American activists to shove in their own social political ideologies that they always justified based on their history. As a very basic superficial example, it was the sort of thing like, oh, we need to press every lever when it comes to LGBT representation, or oh, we need to press every lever when it comes to diversity and inclusion. One of these is actually even directly quoted from a writer that is now working at CD Projekt Red on, I believe, the next Cyberpunk game. And this type of nonsense was always followed up by the justification of, because we live in a very prejudiced country built on slavery, or a patriarchal society that has oppressed group A or B or C or whatever. So
but I don't have to live in a world that is reflective of the real world that I live in. That's the reason why I'm playing the video game. So that I can escape. So I can escape. Escape. It's anything in my own world. Whole world.
Back then, I didn't even understand these issues. I didn't even know how maliciously framed they were and how they were just anti-Western sentiment that would never be quelled. No matter how many progressive milestones they would reach, it would never really be enough. It would never stop until all of this was deconstructed, right? This is my woke years. The years where I was among very progressive people, very progressive friends, etc. And I didn't even question these things. I just followed along because I trusted my friends and most of all, because I trusted the media. So it was like, huh? What? Orange Man ban? Ah, yes, of course. What's this? J.K. Rowling is a terrorist? Yes, of course she is. Duh. I mean, if you say so, you're a media thing. You're saying so. I imagine you're saying so because it's true. Otherwise, why would you be saying so? These are my naive years where all of this stuff was at its height. And even then, at this time, before I woke up and broke out of this rotten programming, seeing the forest for the trees, as they say, I'd be sitting there and wondering why the hell do I, who am not an American and do not share the same cultural issues or values in my country, who already even agree with basic things like not demonizing gay people or trans people, etc., have to put up with this shit in fictional media where none of this belongs in the first place. And worse, is being shoehorned in to replace basic common human values that fantasy, comic books, sci-fi, apocalypse stuff, etc. stories had, and that appealed to millions of people in the world, and that just worked beautifully because of the stories that they told, the themes that they focused on, etc. So in other words, not only is this activism BS leading to worse stories, worse characters, worse themes, worse designs, worse everything, but it was also pushing out good content that actually fostered real diversity and inclusion by bringing fans together from across the globe.
Yes, but have you considered that there's a war going on in Palestine, and therefore you complaining about this means that you don't care about minority? I can't say it with a straight face, I'm sorry.
Giving them common things to relate with and enjoy. And this whole thing doesn't really even have a specific side. I mean, make no mistake, right now the ones who opened the Pandora's box and have structured an entire system that took over mainstream media and fiction is the left. But what I mean is that the right isn't immune to it either. And an example of this is the Goonergate fiasco, where some right-wing people advocate for banning explicit content, and some content creators even got into a whole thing earlier this year because of revealing outfits in games like Stellar Blade and First Descendant. This was a very important event because it showed that the line of what is explicit content is not clearly set, nor is it fixed, and will be subject to change and pushed further and further and further in accordance to whoever is wielding power, just like progressivism/wokeness was by the left. So to these content creators, that kind of content was sinful and degenerate and shouldn't be in games. And if you dare argue in favor of creative freedom, or in favor of the fact of what sells, or in favor of the fact that there's nothing inherently wrong about a female character like Eve in a skin-tight suit, then you were just a gooner and that's it. This to me was the tip of an iceberg that we are going to have to contend with going forward, where some people will wield this shit the same.
The worst Mott and Bailey. I like to see attractive, beautiful men and women. Oh, you're just a gooner. You just want to see women naked. No, if I wanted to see women naked, I'd go onto Twitter and I'd look at all my porn artists. I want to understand the character. I want the character to be a character. Not a character. Not a caricature.
Same way that the left did to curate content in games and media in general if the pendulum ever gets that far enough. It's really easy to do so. If you say nudity is off limits because it's sinful and degenerate and spiritually caustic, etc., all these buzzwords people like Razorfist, The Quartering, Melanie Mac, Robert something, etc. used, then it'll be...
Your argument is with people like Melanie Mac and JDA. It's not with Razorfist. Razorfist was inserted into that drama by fucking Smash JT. And when he excoriated that shit stopped in a heartbeat. You notice.
Easy to push the envelope from there and move on to other actions that you do in games that are the same way, such as violence, which is something that conservatives have already taken issue with in gaming, with guys like RFK Jr. even bringing up very recently that it causes violence in people and they would be studying that. And so yeah, even though we cannot compare in any way, shape or form a few religious conservatives mad about titties to the absolute grip that the far left has over gaming, Hollywood, streaming, excess media, games journalism, etc., it is still relevant to point that out and keep an eye on it, because this isn't an inherently political issue of being either right or left. Like, I don't make these videos because I am a right-wing commentator or whatever, and I want the games to reflect my side. This is an issue of individuals who want political activists to get their agendas the fuck out of our medium. That's why I make these videos, because I want this industry to return to what made it take off in the first place, to the same kind of thing we thankfully still see alive in the indie space. Passion projects made by creative nerds who keep their politics to themselves. Studios fostering an environment based in competence and in the desire to deliver the best damn game that they can put together, not environments based in how to use video games as a tool for political messaging or social impact, as they say, or even environments based in how to squeeze every last cent from players via predatory monetization.
Exactly. Thank you for using the word proselytization. It's much more effective than calling it woke. That causes half the problems we deal with.
This is my utopia, know what I mean? I want things to go back, and I want people who need their personal shit represented enough that they push delusional activism and label people and games that don't represent them as bigoted to go and get therapy instead, because whatever the fuck is going on in their heads is not normal, and video games aren't the place for validation. They're the place for escapism. To be and play as someone else, experiencing all manner of crazy adventures and stories that have nothing to do with us. By all means, if you want to create your own game that reflects you, that appeals to people who share similar things to you, go ahead. The indie space is perfect for that, but agendas that push it into AAA are a big no. I want games that appeal to our collective humanity rather than toxic, divisive, tribalistic ideologies that label us and separate us into groups. Maybe this is just a pipe dream. Maybe we'll never see it in this iteration of the AAA industry. Maybe it'll carry on being this toxic cesspit of shit until the day that it crashes and we're back to zero with independent studios making our games. But one way or another,
we won't ever go back to that. We will build a parallel society long before that ever happens. We're not willing to play that game anymore.
it's still a whole lot more productive and hell, not to mention less embarrassing than being one of these retards who plays team sports with Halo, who thinks Halo from John Microsoft is on their side and represents their politics. Like, brother, they're here to make money. They don't give a fuck about you. What are you talking about? Supporting that crap was just profitable up until now, so they did it. This is something dumbass journalists like PC Gamer here are trying to stoke the flames around by whining that Microsoft hasn't yet made a statement about people making AI pictures of Master Chief with Orange Man.
Why would they need to in the first place anyways? If they say nothing, it works as a means of making free publicity. Then they win both ways.
Do these morons not even understand the kinds of things that lurk behind the theatrics of Twitter? Do these morons not understand the kinds of contracts that Microsoft, a trillionaire company, has with the US government? The way that they directly and indirectly finance all of these supposed bad things from the bad Orange Man, including his security. How delusional do you have to be to think that these massive corporations were ever on your side? I swear, man, shit like this with Pride Cosmetics for Halo is the best thing that ever happened to these mega corporations. It allowed them to completely divide people and create a militant faction that will defend them tooth and nail for as long as they virtue signal to them, thereby preventing them from looking deeper into what the fuck they're doing and halting any form of criticism that comes their way. Anytime they screw up and have to jack up prices again for subscriptions or hardware, anytime they have to cancel exciting video games and shut down more studios, firing extra thousands of developers and mass layoffs, all they gotta do is break out the pride flags and bam, window lickers on the internet and bring that activist in games journalism and access media will just forget about it and praise the sweet, kind, tolerant, and progressive megacorp. Thank you so much, Daddy Microsoft. Thank you so much, Daddy Disney. Thank you. It's fucking embarrassing, dude. But anyway, that concludes this video. I really hope you guys enjoyed it. Leave a video a like if you did to help it not get buried by the algorithm. You know, I try to stay true to my feelings and not self-censor too much or beep too many words, but I suspect this video is going to require a lot of that. At the end of the day, it just isn't favorable to put it out there like that. The algorithm has been messy as hell on its own, and with stuff like this, it's even worse. So yeah, a like or a comment, or both if you'd be so kind, is a really good way to help me out for free. Plus, I'm always interested.
I should ask people to start tracking to see whether or not that helps them with gaining access to some of my content or not. But that's a pipe dream. That's a pipe dream.
Knowing what your thoughts are down below. Thank you very much for watching, guys and gals, and I'll see you on the next one. Take care.
That is the first one. Then you have the carrying out the Axeman, or excuse me, calling out the Axeman, and then behind that, grifters are ruining gaming. However, I'm already finding myself running out of fucking steam. Oi. I hate having a cough. I hate my cough keeping me awake at night. I hate my low energy. Boy, do I need coffee and coochie. Coffee and coochie, some C&C, just like some R&R. One cools you down, the other one tunes you up. You know what I'm saying? Ouch. Thank you, Avalon. Left justified romanticism was wrong, realism right, just as they find left is good, right is bad to them. So isn't legitimate perception of art in the first place, just like being to the left. Even neutral in any way isn't a legitimate expression of politics in the first place. True. To be real, Laura Croft and Bayonetta was my sexual awakening. Listen, I already knew I liked women sitting on my face. I already knew. Yeah, I already know it. I already knew it. I didn't need a video game to wake me up to that. I already knew I wanted. You know why? Professional eater. However, I feel like my body needs me to take a nap. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to take a power nap. I'm going to try to come back before 4. And then finish then. Watch my dumbass not show up after 4 and end up missing again an opportunity for golf with your friends. Watch it happen. Watch, 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 watch. So, the aim is to try to finish this before 4. But I need the cat nap. So let's see what happens. If I don't come back before then, and or I end up late to game night, we know what happened, okay? Anybody asks, tell them in the Discord, he overslept. Last night nobody didn't say shit, and I woke up to 50 fucking text messages. Let them know. Alright, I'm gonna take that cat nap now. I will see y'all on the other side.